Hey everybody! Welcome back. It's always good to see everyone again. Yes, but we're you love it. We're back here for another episode of Trapped in the Mists, a Curse of Strahd adventure here on the RPG Storytelling Twitch, YouTube, and Moonbeam channels. It's good to see everybody. Good to see
be
everybody.
seen.
I am good at seeing, so good. I'm
Yes.
glad. Thank you so much to everyone who's here. What's up?
I was like, what I'm hearing is you like to watch.
Oh, lawyers.
I mean, what?
There's a chair dedicated to it.
Oh, you went there. I was about to go there, but you know
I'm
what?
never gonna not go there, by the way.
Okay. Oh, shush. Yes, but thank you to everyone who's joining us live. Hey, out there in streaming land. Thank you. I think there's something magical about a live stream, not just like a live airing, where it's like happening in front of you and you really get to see it and you really get to enjoy it and then interact with it. Let me resubscribe with Prime. If you haven't subscribed to RPG Storytelling on one of our many platforms or all of our platforms, you owe it to yourself to do it. We got cool stuff. I'm sharing my 11-month subiversary, so come in
Yay.
come join the live stream and you can see my subiversaries. But yes, thank you to everyone who's out there live joining us. If you watch, spend your channel points. You can help shape the worlds that you are watching. Naming NPCs, naming locations, all kinds of fun stuff. Either Trapped in the Mists or any other production here on the RPG Storytelling channel. If you are unable to make it live, we also put the VODs on YouTube. So you can watch just pretty much right after we're done streaming. It's up there and ready for viewing. So to those of you who are watching on the VODs and can't make it to the live streams, that's okay. I appreciate you as well.
Yes.
If you're ever looking for anything, looking for YouTube, looking for live stream, looking for something, rpgstorytelling.com. That'll get you to you can find the link tree, which has all of our socials across all the platforms. Also has some merch. You got some notebooks, got some t-shirts, got some new art for Trapped in the Mists. Hey. and we'll have some dice soon. I'm well on my way. So keep your eyes open for that. I think that's everything for me. Sarah, anything else on your end?
Let's see. We won't be streaming next Tuesday, as I'll be moving from California to Illinois. And then Myths of Gaia, normally we would be streaming on the first Saturday of the month, but we are going to skip the first Saturday and hopefully do the second Saturday instead for Myths of Gaia. So, but other than that, yeah, just go check out our store with all of our merchandise, check out our website, watch all of our videos, enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. Ah, man. Excuse me. Well, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and slip on back into Barovia. Slip on back in, let the mists take us where we really want to be. Let's be real. We all want to be in Barovia, the land with no sun, and whose skies are always overcast with the thick clouds of the mists. As it is now, so has it been for decades, centuries passing as has each before it. The people here are born, they live, and they die. And some are even unlucky enough to find that they live through another turning of the cycle, when the mists and the shadowy creatures that inhabit them deem it time to wake the Count from his slumber, and capture souls from beyond their borders to entertain and torture the denizens here. And this is where our story continues. Ned, what happened last time?
So last time, you know, as we tend to do, we abuse the abbot by having him use his holy powers to revive and or just do shit for us. Um, Ned specifically would probably be more like like where he's like, oh man, we keep using his power, but he will reiterate that man almost went down a dark path, and if it wasn't for us, he would have continued down that path. He owes us more for his own soul being saved. But that's a whole different topic. Anyway, Riss and Amaris now share a body. There's no other dark whatever's inside them. And Riss was kind enough to let Amaris take control for a while so that she can speak with her parents. Um, we were going to do that as well as head over to meet Alexi, who, even though Riss specifically isn't into Alexi, it seems that Amaris is, and the feeling is mutual, which explains so much about Alexi's behavior, because clearly Amaris used to probably return some of those feelings. We were gonna head there, and then have some dinner with Amaris's parents, but Amaris's parents let us know via sending that they unfortunately would not be able to make it because Amaris's mother wasn't feeling well. We decided to just walk into town, and as we were going through there was a creepy old man who was staring at us from a balcony, specifically staring at Amaris slash Riss, and looking like they were taking notes.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was. Sorry, I know the person who noticed was Yana, but I forget who else noticed. It might have been Ivor or Cesar.
No,
Orion.
It was Orion. Never
Orion.
mind. So it was our people who had the sense of smell. Now, oddly enough, even though this was clearly an old man, to Yana's nose, it smelled exactly like an old woman who was staring at us not too long ago. Um, and that was peculiar to us. Yana let us know. We pretended to just not notice and go eat some Barovian burritos. And Yana proceeded to sneak and climb her way up to the balcony on the old man. Found him, had a conversation with him, where he didn't reveal too much. He said that he was just writing poems about the supposed heroes of Barovia, i.e., us. And right, running a little bit back, Yana also noticed that the language he was writing in was one that she did not recognize. They exchanged poetry, Yana reciting one of her favorite poems. which Sarah did beautifully by heart, it seemed. Andor read it
Yes,
and made it seem like it was by
very
heart. I couldn't
beautiful.
tell which one. Um, but it was great. He appreciated the poem, and then when he wrote well, when he presented the poem he was writing, he noted many times that it was incomplete, and it did seem so. Um, as Yana does, she threatened with him if anything were to happen, blah blah blah, death and shit, and then she left and rejoined the rest of the group. Um, Ned proceeded to write down all the languages he knew to see if any of them matched what the old man was writing. They did not, and none of the languages that any of the party members knew are ones that were being written before. At this point, Ned figured, you know what, it might just be best to confront this person directly, especially because Yana more than likely threatened him. Um, so he, along with Gawain, went up to the building he was in, up to the second floor apartment. Tried knocking, no one came in, and as we were, contemplating what we were going to do next, who showed up but Alexei climbing up the stairs. Turns out it was his apartment that this old man was utilizing. I'm strongly assuming that whoever's apartment this was determined randomly at that very moment by a roll of the dice, because I do remember that Steven rolled the dice at that time.
He
So it's
did.
really great that he chose Alexei. That was my perception check going off when you did that, by the way. Um, but actually, I'm really glad it was Alexei's apartment, if anybody. Um, we let Gawain and Ned let Alexei know why we were there. He was obviously freaked out that someone was in his
Mm-hmm.
apartment, as you would be if someone was in your apartment. He let us in, and we also Gawain and Ned also did like very good insight checks, which I think they somehow both got nat 20s on, to determine that that was in fact Alexei and not anyone else, because we are strongly assuming, due to the old man spelling to the old woman before, that we're doing some kind of shapeshifter. So who knows if Alexei could have been it, but our checks seem to indicate that it wasn't. Um, no one seemed to be in the apartment. Ned used his tremor sense by standing on a little piece of stone to see if anyone was in there at all within 60 feet. And Gawain threw powder to see if anybody was invisible. We did not detect anyone between tremor sense and powder. Um, Ned was like, we'll clean that up, but specifically not him because he didn't throw powder. So he left to let Gawain do so on his own. But only after promising Alexei that we do not believe he's in danger, that anyone who was in his apartment was there specifically about for us and not him, but that also he can, if at any point something happened, reach out to us because he does have the sending spell. Ned and Gawain then proceeded to join the party, and as we were discussing the going-ons of that just happened inside Alexei's apartment, we heard a large crash somewhere up north and the rushing of water. Um, so, hearing that and seeing the commotion, we kind of devised a small plan, which was that Yana would make sure that. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot to mention.
Mm-hmm.
When before that crash, upon hearing that it was Alexei's apartment, Amaris went up to speak to Alexei privately. We devised a plan to, one, have most of us go and check out the noise, with Yana staying behind to make sure that nothing happened to Amaris. Ned proceeded to cast a fly spell on himself and Orion, and Orion um, was mounted by Gawain and Ivor, and we went up north, where we saw a big ass ship. What's it called again? The kind of ship it was?
Galleon.
A galleon, yes. I
Because
am
it
not familiar with
sails over
nautical terms,
galleons of
so I
water.
didn't know that that's a kind of big ass warship.
Mhm.
Um, anyway, there was a big ass warship in like the lake up north that was being split in half and being, I guess, attacked by giant waves of water. There were several crew members that were on the ship itself that was being destroyed, as well as in the water. So Ned and the rest of and Orion landed. Ned proceeded to cast Wall of Force to create a kind of wave break between the ship and the waves that are coming at it to preserve some time. Gawain and Ivor and Orion went onto the ship to try and save people. Ivor specifically was using mending as much as he can to slow down the rate at which the ship was breaking. Gawain, I guess, was tossing people away to safety. And Ned, meanwhile, was using shape water to create cubes of ice for the people in the water to hold on to, and then proceeded to pull them onto shore. Or that was the original plan until a big ass Leviathan came out of the sea as well. It turns out that was what was causing all those waves that were crashing into the ship. And that wasn't great. We rolled initiative, and we continued to save people while being attacked by big ass waves that this Leviathan was causing. Yana, meanwhile, was able to get Amaris to safety to her parents' house, and then proceeded to join us midway through. All in all, we were able to save, was it 16 out of 40 crew members,
Yeah.
including the captain.
So
The giant,
there were 16, 16 casualties, which I think were cut down by 14 casualties. So the other 24 were successfully saved.
oh, so he saved 24 people.
Even better.
Yes.
Okay, great. I thought it was the other way around. Cool. Between the shape water tossing people and two revivifiers that were thrown out, 24 people were saved. Meanwhile, the Leviathan that we were attacking, I guess didn't like being. Actually, I don't even know why he left. I think he just succeeded in is destroying the ship and just wanted to leave after doing so. We attacked him a few times, but I don't think we did too much damage to him. And now there's a Leviathan somewhere in that lake, just chilling, you know. Um, we left the ship trying to get like the 24 people that were saved back into town. We met four of them, or we met three of them, honestly, actually, which was the captain. The captain's was a bugbear, bugbear? No,
Hobgoblin.
hobgoblin, a
Hobgoblin.
hobgoblin. I'm assuming a rogue swashbuckler one.
Yes.
Um, his, I guess, second mate or something, who is a wizard who seems fairly smart. A centaur druid who proceeded to heal Nedro several times in the middle of the fight because the Leviathan was throwing big ass waves that were about to kill him while he was saving crew members. And there's apparently a monk running around there who we didn't actually get to meet yet. Ned proceeded to ask the people we just saved because it turns out that they're from the land he's from, what's been going on the past few months because he's been here. And apparently there's a whole bunch of war on the other side. And the way they came here, they were on a ship. It became really stormy. Some Leviathans were attacking, and they somehow ended up here in Barovia. So we now have a lot of people from outside of Barovia here, just very, very, very suddenly. While all this crazy is going on, Yana's spidey senses go off because she still has that mark or whatever it is on Strahd and realize that he's coming closer. We decided to take everyone to the former, it's not detention center, it's a Reformation Center. Reformation Center because it's a large enough building to hold all the people. While we figure out what's going on, and I suppose we're waiting to see what Strahd wants and does. I'm assuming he heard the big ass commotion because it wasn't subtle at all. If there's anything I missed, please fill it in, and that's where we are.
Spot on, my guy, as
Yeah.
always. Well done.
I earned my D12.
Yeah, you do. Take that D12.
I think that earns a D20.
I agree.
That was great. All right.
And now the only other thing I want to know is, Lynn, what do you think of all of that?
That was a lot. I probably will go back and watch the episode after today.
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
It was a lot.
Wait, so just to clarify, I'm not currently eaten by the Leviathan like I was told I was.
No, we
that
make
was
shit up all the
bullshit.
time. Right. And Yana is not a were-Leviathan either. That was also
Okay.
bullshit. There was
No,
a
no.
Leviathan.
No, that's
but that
fine. That's
didn't
fine.
happen.
I was just like, I was just preparing to like.
No. Technically, you're not even you. You're Amaris right now, and she's with her parents.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. So, all of that said, we'll start with Riss, or shall we say, Amaris. Having just finished Amaris had a conversation with Alexei, and sort of told him why there was the change, what was going on, what the situation was. He was understandably a little taken aback, a little shocked, a little confused, had a lot of questions.
Wait, hold
Uh,
up. We didn't know this. What exactly did she tell him?
it was basically that, hey, after this point in time, it wasn't me, it was a different soul. And
Oh, I didn't
gives
know that. Okay, cool.
Yes, no. While you guys were dealing with the Leviathan, Amaris gives Alexei the lowdown of like, this is exactly what's been happening, and this is why you may have been confused. This is why things changed. This is what was happening. He was very confused. He had a lot of questions. He had a lot of emotions because he's a sensitive boy, and he broached the idea of, do we want to have a DTR relationship? And she was like, no, not right now. Too
DTR?
complicated. Define the relationship.
Oh,
And she was like, no, not right now. He was like, okay, well, yeah, we'll figure out if we talk about that later. After the commotion, began, worried about her parents, she rushed off to go see them. They're obviously fine in town. All of the commotion was limited to the shores of the lake outside of town. As guards were rushing out, and guards were rushing back with people, and the party was rushing back with wounded, injured, and those who have deceased. And yeah, on the way over to Mom and Dad's house, Amaris says, okay, I think it's probably best if you start the conversation with them, because you're the one that they really know as of right now.
Okay.
Like if I just came out and said, "Hey, it's not been me," I feel like just for continuity, you should.
No, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I never thought this would be a possibility, you know. This is I
I'm
oh
so
boy.
excited.
Let's hope I don't fuck it up somehow.
You'll be fine. It's Mama and Papa. They love us.
I mean, yes, but it's Mama and Papa.
Just I don't need to give you advice. You know what they're like. Okay, okay.
So switch now, I guess.
Yeah, here you can, and you regain autonomy. Headed over to where your parents are, or where Amaris's parents are currently. I almost said shacked up. They're married. Where they're currently staying in their bungalow.
but they call it shacked up because it sounds dirtier and therefore like it makes it a bit sexier when they do stuff.
Exactly.
They have
And
a
they're
very
living in
active sex life.
and
This
they're
is-
living in a shack.
And they're living in a shack. This is all like an extended vacation. They've decided.
It's
and
a
they're
bit of
going
role
to
play
stick
that they
to
do, so good for them.
it.
I hate all of this.
Favorite thing. But yes, as you arrive, there's no one. You don't hear anything immediately, which sort of makes your heart skip a little bit. But then you hear, coming up from behind, Amaris, as Dad approaches. I you got the message that Mama is Mama's not feeling so well, so we're going to have to take a rain check on that dinner with your companions.
Yeah, yeah. I was just coming to check. Is everything okay? Anything I can do?
Oh, no, it's nothing. You know how she is sometimes. She has spells of feeling a little bit faint, a little bit weak. She's just not in any mood to go walking the town, but
Of
a little
course.
bit of rest and she'll be right as rain.
Of
Oh,
course.
yeah, come on in. Come on in. I can get you some tea. Do you want anything? Do you want anything? I think we have some I think we have some biscuits here somewhere. Um, and rummages up a little bit of a medieval charcuterie board, as they are wont to have picked at. Um, Mom comes out as well and sort of sits at the what constitutes the central dining area, the main table here in this nice tent, which is basically all it is. Um, I'm really tempted to make you to have you roll perception to see if you see any signs of hanky panky, but I won't. Um,
Please don't.
not that kind of channel. Not the kind of channel.
Yeah, no. Riss is
Uh,
not interested in that, you know?
yeah. But as you sit down and Mom and Dad sit down, are you all right? What brings you here this afternoon yet? We heard
Well,
all
I
of the
mean,
commotion going on the street. Is everything all right? Are you okay?
Riss like mentally checks in with Ivor's is like commotion, but out loud they say, "No, no, I Papa sent a message that you weren't feeling up to like dinner tonight, and I wanted to stop by and just make sure everything was okay."
Oh, of course. Oh, of course. I'll be fine. Don't get old.
I don't I don't think I have a choice, Mama.
Well, stave it off as long as you can. It's not fun. Ah, I
I
wish I could
will
be young forever.
I will do my best.
You have you been eating? I swear, every time I see you, you look a little paler, a little thinner. You need to eat. Keep up your strength. Keep yourself together.
I am Mama, I promise. I guess there was something I wanted to talk to you both about.
Give me an insight check.
Oh boy. My favorite. Oh, that's a nat one.
That one. Got it. Carry on.
My dice are angry that I missed last week. Okay. Um, just assume Riz is just like at any point in this conversation, like mentally checking in with like Amaris. Like there's just like an open line between them. They're like, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So there, Amaris will be fully aware and up to date on everything that's going on.
Yeah, yeah, basically. This is going to sound crazy. Okay. So I'm going to start with something, and I need you to trust me that I will explain. Okay?
Okay. And Papa doesn't say anything, but he does sit down and uh, set a cup of tea in front of you and Mama, and one for himself, and he um, sort of like stirs it slowly with his spoon, paying attention.
Do you both remember when I kind of I kind of, disappeared for a bit after um I died? I wasn't I mean, I know I was at school, but I wasn't really present, when I was around.
Um, Mama sort of like starts to tear up very quickly, and puts a hand over her mouth. And Papa just sort of like his eyes get like steely and glassy, like he's holding himself together, but you can tell that he's getting emotional as well, and they share a glance. He just nods. Yeah, you do.
I I it's- this I don't know how to explain, I guess. If I'm being honest, I never thought I would have to explain, but I mean, I'm glad that I do. Um, uh, the reason that I was so distant was that I am not the Omerus that you knew.
Is all that comes out of Mama's mouth. Um, just like a shuddering whisper cry. Um, and Papa reaches over and gently lays a hand on your hand, and looks you in the eye, and he says, "We know."
You knew?
We did? I suppose it is a, if you're going to be sharing a secret, we should give you one of ours in return. After that, after your accident, um, the abbot came by and paid us a visit while you were in, Vallaki, and he explained the situation to us, and he told us that y- you weren't our Amaris anymore, and that you were, you didn't know who you were, and you didn't have anybody, and that you needed someone. You needed someone to help ground you, and your mother and I, we we figured even if you weren't our amorous, that we could pretend a little while because it's what you needed and it was what we needed. And at this point, he sort of chokes up, and Mama takes over. And you were so wonderful. You were. If I closed my eyes and just sort of listened, whenever you would come over, I could pretend you were still my little girl, and it was. It was. But you are yourself. But to me, you'll always be my little girl.
Riss
As
is
long
like
as you'll have me.
tears. And they just kind of like choke out. It I never wanted to take her place, or I I never meant to take her from you, but and then they kind of like give like a small smile, like I have a surprise if you want it.
What? Yes. What are you talking about? Ah,
The abbot helped me today with something that is complicated, and we can discuss if a later date if you really want all the gory details. But Amaris is here and she'd like to say hello.
is again, Mama's overcome and lost for words.
And Riss will just switch at that point. They're just kind of like they just shove her forwards and then kind of run away.
Deal with this. Um, and
Too many emotions, too many things that I wasn't expecting. Your turn.
what Mama and Papa see is a shift to the shoulders and in the brow furrows and just how the body holds itself.
And
It's sort of like
overall demeanor.
energy. Yes, exactly. The energy shift, the demeanor changes just subtly, but there's no hiding anything from parents, let alone parents like these. And Amaris speaks to her parents for the first time in years. Hi, Mama! And it is just a tearful reunion. Um, the table gets pushed like off to the side a couple of feet, chairs fall over as everyone rushes into one big group hug, and everyone is bawling, everyone is ugly crying. Um, and it's, oh, what's happened? How did you? What did all the questions? All the, I don't know. It's just the habit helped sort everything out, and just like a flurry of shock and amazement, and just I never thought in my wildest dreams I'd ever see my daughter again, and just unimagined and unexpected relief, and just a reconnection on every level. Um, Riss from inside, it's like I was gonna say it's like coming home, but that's exactly what this is. It's coming home. It's like a part that you didn't know was missing, a puzzle piece that you didn't know was gone is pushed into place, and now it completes the picture in a way that adds just dimension and depth and beauty to the piece. Um, through all the sobs and the tears and the conversation back and forth, um, Amorous whispers to you, Riss, "Thank you, thank you, thank you."
Thank you. And just like mentally give Amaris a hug.
In this liminal psychic space, um, it's like mirror images hug and uh, embrace. The conversation continues on, as much as you would like to sit here and actually role play. Um, but it's just homecoming and uh, how are you? What's been happening? What have you been what's been going on? What's all of those questions of like somebody who they haven't seen in years, and it's um, just a lot of reconnecting and a lot of rekindling of the relationships, until eventually there's more commotion, more uh, activity out on the streets, which sort of distracts during a lull in the conversation, um, and
Maris will just kind of like nudge Amaris, be like, "Hey, can I let Livy?"
it's been wonderful to see you again. Uh, Riz wants to say a quick word, so I'm going to uh, swap out with them. Okay? I love you all very much. And one last hug, and I love yous all around, and you guys sort of like invert, in your back.
uh, Thank, I sorry. I just wanted to also say thank you and that I love you both. And regardless of circumstances, I've truly viewed you as my parents for a long time. And
Uh, Go ahead.
and Mama, when you're feeling better, dinner is still open. Gawain would love to have you both. And they're like kind of like looking at the parents, but they're also like looking at like the door for the commotion. They're like, I don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think I
Oh,
need to.
yes. Of course. Be careful, the both of you, and I look
Always,
forward to having that meal with you and your friends. Okay?
of course. And
We
Riss will
love.
give them a hug.
And you pop back out onto the street, um, and it's a lot of activity, a lot of guards, and you see the rest of the party coming through with a lot of new faces, headed toward the Reformation Center. As let's see, you guys are. Let's see, Riss's house. You guys are out here. Or the party is coming to, we'll say the party comes to grab the abbot, um, before routing back to the Reformation Center. And
Riss
you are
will,
to join up with them.
yeah, Riss will like slide up to Ned and be like, what happens? What's going on?"
Is this like after the whole like every conversation we've already had up to now?
Uh, yes, this is before you guys get to the Reformation Center, but after the whole Leviathan debacle.
Okay, so I'm gonna be like, I'm Riss right now.
Rest.
Riss.
Got it. Um, giant ship from my world appeared. There was a Leviathan. We saved some people. That's him. And Strahd's coming. We're going to the Reformation Center.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah, a lot happened while you were gone.
we're
Also,
still
did you
also
know
like
that
still
some
wiping their cheeks.
also did Amris let you know that someone broke into Alexi's house and was staring at us, specifically you two?
No, I mean I was kind of there, but
I mean, cool. I just figured as long as I'm overloading you with information, it might as well be all of it at the same time.
I appreciate your attempt at moderation.
Cool. Anyway, um, we're getting everybody to the Reformation Center. This over here, and I'm pointing towards Zendoya. That's how you say it, right?
Yes.
This is Zendoya. She made sure I was alive while we were helping people. She seems pretty cool.
Wait,
And then I'll
so all
point out
these
to wherever the captain is. That's Davin. He's the ship, the pirate, the captain of this ship that we saved, or well,
So,
at least the
yes.
people.
Davin is a hobgoblin. Zendoya is a centaur. Which
Hmm.
give me a nature check.
oh boy, okay.
Give me a tolerance check, actually.
21.
21. You've heard about them. They've been mentioned in passing of like these are creatures that were thought to exist at one time, but they no longer do, and it's unclear the circumstances of their disappearance.
Quick question. What would Riss have known about dwarves going into all this?
Much the same that they were once a group that are no more.
Wait, so all these people are from your world?
Um, yeah, apparently they were on a ship that got attacked by the Leviathan that's currently in the lake doing God's knows what, and now they're here. You tend to miss a lot when you switch bodies of your other persona and then go to your parents instead of joint staying with the group.
You know what? I had a great talk with my parents, okay? You do not get to shit on me for that. I was very emotionally competent and you should be proud.
I am proud, but I'm also gonna rub in the fact that you missed a lot.
I'll take it this time. Anyways,
Well,
what's the plan with the Reformation Center? What is happening? I assume they're all very confused and have you informed them of the fact that they are you know,
in a
stuff.
cursed land where it's screwed, and there's a vampire coming. Yeah, we kind of let them know about that. They're obviously freaked out because, why wouldn't you be when you're just randomly transferred to a different world? Um,
Mm,
but considering Strahd's on his way here, I think it's imperative that we get them there, try and see if we can get form any kind of safety for them,
have you
and
told
deal with Strahd.
have we informed Lady Walker that the devil is on the way?
I mean, we
Not yet.
literally just got back to town, so not yet.
There's a very good chance that the guards have been keeping her up to date and informed.
Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Russ's immediate thought was like, oh, if he's coming here, we should definitely let somebody actually in charge know.
Oh, if that Strahd is coming, yeah, you guys are the only ones who know that.
Hmm.
We're the only ones who are
Okay.
capable of knowing that at this time.
Yes,
Riss is going to send a very quick sending to Lady Walker.
wonderful.
Let her know all of
Apologies.
this in 25. No,
Apologies.
no, wait. 25 words. Let them know everything that Ned just told you.
Apologies for interrupting. I'm sure you're aware of the galleon in the lake. We also wanted to let you know that Strahd is moving towards us. Assumedly to meet us here.
Crap, I lost count. Where are we at?
That was 25.
Nice. Nice.
I am a god at this. Yes.
Amazing. Amazing. You hear back? Oh, understood. We are rallying at the old Reformation Center building. Perhaps we can turn it into a staging post of sorts. Meet you there.
Riss attempts to send back an affirmative, but knows that it won't go anywhere. This is actually a wonderful moment. Riz, as we're walking, Riz is actually gonna check in with Amorous and be like, "Hey, Amorous, if you're ever like for some reason caught in like a situation where you have to fight, how much power do you have?"
Oh, not nearly as much as you. You have gone far and away more than I ever got the chance to or even thought of. I can do the very basic magic, but that's it.
Okay, that's fine. I don't mean to ever throw you into anything but it was like just for some reason, if it ever comes down to it, and for some reason you have to be the one to fight, I just wanted to at least know, you know, maybe there'll be a way that you can like access my magic or something, but I just wanted to at least be aware.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Phantom was doing weird things in my brain.
I don't know what he. I don't like him.
There's a reason I exercised him
Yeah.
and the others. Which I still feel kind of bad about, but
Well, I mean, didn't you see what they turned into? They weren't even things. They weren't even people. They were things.
yeah, I know.
One thing.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Remembering that this day started with the exorcism.
Mhm.
Actually, it didn't even start with the exorcism. It started with Phantom's like fight.
Yeah, it did. Ah. Yeah, it started with Phantom's fight, then Phantom's chase,
And then the
Quick
dungeon.
question.
then it was supposed to be.
Um,
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the rest of us took short rests, can Risk get one as well
Yes.
to restore to
Ooh.
roll any hit die and get
Ooh.
anything that they could get from a short rest? Spell slots.
Yes, please. Yes. Actually, I'm
conversation
pretty
with-
decent on spell slots because I kind of could just phase through the walls and just like yell at Phantom instead. But I will absolutely take that hit dice because I did get kind of fucked up somewhere along the way.
Yes, you did.
Oh. And keep in mind, I believe you're also one of the recipients of the plus 20 from the aid spell.
Yes.
You still
I
could have that.
was. Yes. It is on my character sheet.
Sweet. Feel free to heal up to that.
We don't do anything special for ones on hit die, do we?
No.
Okay, I was just double checking. So it's one.
What do you do for ones, or who does what for ones on hit die?
Some people will let you reroll ones if you roll them on a hit dice,
Oh.
because that's kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm.
But
If we rolled for hit
Two.
points, I would do that.
I rolled another one.
Oof.
3. Don't mind me,
Get it.
I'm just gonna do this in the background.
All right. So you guys
6!
arrive at the Reformation Center, and the guards have already begun to set up shop. There are a couple of there are shipmates and crew members all throughout this building already, as the guards need to make sure that they are, and there are plenty of town guard. They are securing the scene, securing the location, but also not confining people and like detaining them. So the crew members are throughout the building. It's sort of like, you guys stay here, you guys stay here, you guys stay here, rather than just one clump all in one spot. However, the 4 individuals that you guys had, or the 3+1 that you guys had talked to, Davin, Fennec, Zendoya, and then this other guy, you find are grouped and set in what was the kitchen. They have they've sort of grouped themselves there. There's a couple of guards there. Let's bring you guys onto the map.
Ooh.
An old map that most of you will remember. But let me grab the spectator and put them on the token layer. There we are. You can drag yourselves into that central area, as well as into the room directly to the right where those individuals are, if you wanted to talk to them or whoever you wanted to talk to. You can also go upstairs. There are some more people upstairs.
Who's who on this right now?
The guards are the ones with the helmets. The
Yeah.
elite guards are the ones where you can't see the face.
Yeah.
Everybody else is a commoner, a ship hand, a crew member, with the exception of these guys over here.
These guys, I'm assuming?
Yes.
These 4?
Yes. Can you see the names?
No.
All right. Let me see what I can do.
Is that a
put it in-
Dragonborn?
Put it in tool.
It is a kobold.
Kobold.
Oh,
put
Kobold, sorry, okay.
Put the name of the character in the tooltips section, and make sure you select the show on hover.
The
Oh, with the
doors
tooltip.
are so finicky.
What is this?
I don't know if that Riss has ever been in this building before.
No, this is pre-RIS.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm saying, like, I don't know if there's ever any reason for Riss to go to the Reformation Center while they were just living in Vallaki.
No, you were a good thought citizen.
I was a good citizen that secretly experimented on magic in my home and nowhere else.
Yes.
So don't mind me, I'm just exploring. Because Riss has never been here before. Is the second floor, like, over here somewhere?
Second floor is another map.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Who
Never
is
mind.
this?
That's just one of the shipmates. Those are
Okay.
just generic tokens that I had for prisoners that I was like, we'll reuse them for the crew members.
This
I don't know. The pale skin made me think he's like someone special.
Same,
Yes.
same thing with this one.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
that's-
these are the people from
Swashbuckler. I'm assuming this is the wizard,
Yes.
druid, and what was it, monk?
Yes.
Yes.
Hmm. What was the
How many-
kobold's name?
Never-
Osos. OHSOS.
you said the elite guards were the ones with the helmets on?
The full, where you can't see the face either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Also, I finally remembered to switch my Roll20 color. Hee hee. It's the correct color now.
So this is like, if there's any elite guard slash like enter our party, I'll be like, so what's the plan here? Strahd's clearly coming. We have a whole bunch of people that he may or may not be interested in. I don't know how good of a job we can do of hiding the fact that they're here.
No, I think he's coming because he knows they're here.
Or because you heard a giant ship and Leviathan fighting.
Honestly, we're on our back foot reacting to the situation. Gawain suggested that we create a sort of like a, not a bunker, but like a
Barricade?
like a barricade, like a fortress sort of. Not the, but you know what I'm saying. Um,
Well
and
defendable position.
yes,
Lady Wachter also said something similar to the fact she's also on her way. She
okay,
should be.
good,
She should be meeting us here shortly.
very good. Yes, that
I
is
don't know
the
where she was.
that we were given as well.
And
She would be coming from
Prince,
the town hall, so should not be very long.
and Yana's gonna head up to the tower top
wait,
as
Yana,
overlook.
before you go, whatever you do, do not antagonize Strahd right now.
Oh no.
Last time we saw him, he seemed emotionally not well.
Oh, I
And
forgot
if
about
we
that.
can avoid a fight, I would very much like to.
Yes, I'm just up there to keep an eye for him since I can kind of determine which direction he's coming from.
I'm just saying, I know you say that now, but things happen
Chris
and
is
you get triggered
squinting,
easily.
squinting at Yana. You
If he-
promise?
If he comes for me, I will come back inside and lock the door.
Okay, see, that I trust. I mean, if he comes for one of us and there is a chance to talk our way out of it, please let us do so before reacting.
Absolutely. I'm just keeping an eye on where he is. Make sure he doesn't sneak up on us.
Can I do an insight check on this?
I was
Same,
about to.
yes.
That's why I had my hand up. I would also like
Same.
to.
100% yes.
Can we at least can Ned get advantage just because one, he's very much looking for this, and two, he knows her well enough?
I think so.
Can I give the help action
Also,
to Ned? Oh, sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
no, he's already gave me advantage, so the
Oh,
help action wouldn't do anything. Also, because I tend to roll terribly on insight checks, and I just want some help for once.
and if you roll low, you also have your D12.
That's true, and I am willing to use it on this, just for shits and giggles.
Yes.
Oh nope, I got a
Absolutely.
I got a 17. I think I'll keep
Nice.
it. Even if she
Oh,
rolls above
yeah.
it, the 17 is a nice enough roll that Ned will keep.
Yep. I'm not saying
19 for Gawain.
I'm not saying if it's deception or persuasion, but if anybody else rolled, natural 20.
Natch.
Nice.
Of course. Of course.
This is what to use it on. Yes, that just get
On
it
my
out.
pride dice.
Well, that's
I mean,
not
it
fair.
is June.
It's terrible.
It is June.
Fantastic.
Gawain, as Yana is about to leave, Gawain just kind of looks at her and goes, I also, and he am completely out of magic. I can't, or not completely out of magic. I'm completely out of my high level magic, so I can't bring us back from the dead. So please, everybody, just don't do anything stupid.
You've picked up the abbot, right? So not that we're planning to die, but
Do something stupid. Check.
I will sick your sister on you. I know where she lives.
Yeah, with you.
Well, I have.
As
We should-
Yana's like walking up the stairs.
Yana is laughing, having said that, because she said it so tongue in cheek.
Or Mary. Mary's worse, right? I'll get Mary on you.
Yep.
Or get them to settle their differences and set both of them on Yana.
No, I'll just invite
Ouch.
Mary over for dinner without telling Yana, and Yana will just walk in.
Hi, Ma.
You know, I just wish that I could.
I'm sure Mary would love to know that information. Love to know where.
Yes.
Well, I
just
guess
wish
that
there
is
was,
more of a threat towards Gertruda than Yana, but
You know, sometimes I wish there was a Alexi level threat equivalent for Yana that there is with you.
goddamn.
That would work.
I thought we figured that out.
I didn't. Wait, did you?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he'll stop. Maybe he'll stop flirting with me, or attempting to flirt with me.
It's fine. I'll find someone else. It's gonna work out regardless.
We should, in case something goes bad, we should make sure to identify who amongst the survivors is, like, who are the more capable combatants, if it comes down to it.
Oh,
Who can
Zendoya. was able to throw some heals at me, I think she might be at least useful to keep up in the background.
Agreed. I don't think we should put any of them in the foreground. This is more so if he breaks through our ranks, then they have at least some defense to get away for the non-combatants.
Oh, sorry, Rez. I just saw your message, but I replied.
Um, you said there's like what? We lost 14 people, so we got 26 survivors. Okay.
Actually, all that being said, let me make sure I don't have too many tokens here.
Tokens. Oh. That's a dangerous thing for a DM to say.
No. 13, 14.
Oh. Mm.
I do have too many. How many are up here? Oh, these are for the survivor tokens, just to make sure that the place isn't overcrowded. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which leaves another 16 down here. That's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We're in danger.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16. I think that's perfect. Okay, cool. It also makes the map a little less chaotic. Excellent. All right, so, yes. Yana, you head over to the tower. There are guards down at the base, sort of securing the downstairs. They see you and they just sort of nod in deference, letting you do whatever you're doing. You head up to the top of the tower, look out. Give me a perception check.
Okay. And I'm going to be using hearing as well to kind of listen for Bucephalus and everything.
Could I have thrown Yana my spyglass before she went? I forgot she was going to go take a look. Cool.
Okay. So that is a 21.
21. Strahd is still approaching. And you don't see him. But he is still approaching. On a 21, you also see Lady Walker flanked by 2 elite guards. Approaching the entrance downstairs. It's the wrong layer. Anything else you're doing up here?
No,
Or
I'm literally just keeping Overwatch.
Okay, sounds good. So you are up there. Lady Wachter enters with her guards. And approaches your group. All right, what is the situation? What is the on the ground update? What's going on?
Strahd is incoming. We have gotten the civilian population of the Galleon here. We're trying to get them organized and recorded. Defenses have been set. We've given strict instructions to all personnel that they are not to give anyone verbal permission to enter the building. Everyone is to assume that they have permission. If anyone asks for permission to get into the building, raise the alarm.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, what's up? You don't have to raise your hand. Just say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my bad. Lady Walker. My apologies for not addressing you sooner. But and as everyone else does their thing, could have ritual casted detect magic before she got there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I have set up a perimeter. We have. I should more or less say. I hope that we succeed upon this day.
Well, it depends on what you mean by success. Realistically, if Strahd is on his way, what are we going to do? I don't see a way out of this, if I'm being honest.
We're going to need to more or less talk it out, try to diffuse the situation and get Strahd to turn his interest to something else.
Because, in more or less terms, he is cranky.
And do we have any idea what he wants with these people? Other than the fact that they're, not from Barovia?
It may just be that they're eccentricities. Weird question, DM. Sorry, totally forgot to ask this, but theoretically, could a sea lion fit in this building?
I don't see why not.
Absolutely.
Okay, sea lion cuddling in the corner.
Wait. Yeah, that reminds because Yana's not down here, but so she can still see. See lion in the corner. That's wild. Yeah, absolutely. What is Orion's passive perception?
It depends on if you're going with his sense of smell or other senses.
Give me both.
So because he has passive advantage, he gets a +5 to his passive perception. So he has a passive scent perception of 18 and a passive everything else perception of 13.
Okay, thank you. Yana, Strahd is very close. It's hard, you can't get an exact pinpoint location, but Strahd is very close. And Lady Walker is approaching with 2 elite guards.
Okay. And Yana will yell down from the tower. Strahd is very close. Lady Walker on the doorstep.
This is the
Gawain.
second time. This is the second Lady Walker you've seen.
Gawain immediately turns to the Lady Walker in the room. Hearing that apparently Lady Walker is out on the street.
So that shouting down, everyone hears that, and all of the guards turn confusedly and look at Lady Walker and look around. Don't look at me.
Riss will look at Lady Walker. Did anyone invite you into this room?
No. What do you No.
Oh,
Gawain. Gawain.
Easy. My helm would be glowing if this was undead.
Nothing.
Gawain.
Nothing.
Where's Orion?
Is he cuddling in the corner?
Yes.
Yeah, he's right here.
Can he smell this Lady Walker and tell me if she smells the same as Lady Walker always does?
He would have that. That would be a scent he's probably familiar with.
Would be a scent he's familiar with.
Can I make a perception check?
Absolutely.
And can Cesar do warding?
Can Cesar do what?
Warding?
For what?
I don't know what that means.
Is it his deflect attack, you mean? That's if someone's about to get hit.
That's a reaction if there's someone who's making an attack.
21 on the scent check.
Nothing nothing unsurprising. It smells more or less fine. There's no definitive one way or the other. It's not like, oh, this is for sure Lady Walker or for sure Strahd, but he's not.
Well, not Strahd,
Alert.
because Strahd is also approaching. Is this anyone who is not Lady Walker is a question.
Right. It's not Lady Walker. It's not for sure Lady Walker. It's not for sure anybody else. Nothing. He's not set on edge.
I just realized we're still trying to make sure that Strahd doesn't know that we fucking cleaned him out. I'm going to take off the Helm of Brilliance as this is going on and put it into my side bag. Not the bag of holding, but just like covered and on my side.
Another question, Stephen.
Yes.
Where is the front door in relation to this room?
The front door is here.
Gawain, the other Lady Walker is by the front door. Without opening the door, can you have Orion check the smell coming from there?
Can you try to do a scent check through doors?
And detect whether or not that is indeed Lady Walker on the other side.
Yes, through doors, and with all of these smells, I'll say it's disadvantage, which flattens it out.
I'm gonna cancel out the disadvantage with my ability.
Go for it.
Sweet.
So it's a flat roll.
Well, it would have canceled out already.
Back to advantage, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
okay,
never
cool.
mind. Oh yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. And it's a +3, right? Yeah. That is a dirty 20.
Also smells like Lady Walker.
Exactly. So no difference between the two.
Correct. No, he can't tell a discernible difference.
Interesting.
Does the Lady Walker in front of us look armed?
No. Nothing. She does have a knife on her, but that's standard. This is you've seen her carrying that before. The second Lady Walker, flanked with the other guards, is approaching and entering. She's not stopping. She's not pausing unless somebody is going to interrupt her.
We'll wait for them to confront each other.
Violent.
Unless anybody else
She's the
wants to
lady
speak.
in charge.
One of them is anyway. I mean, if no one's gonna stop them, I just wanted to wait literally for them to confront each other.
Okay.
But I don't know if anyone else wants to do anything.
No, I don't think Gawain really has anything at this moment besides to see how it plays out a little bit before he can react.
All right.
I do want to say one thing as the other Lady Walker enters.
Mm-hmm.
Just like to everyone in general, it's like, you know, we have enough bullshit to deal with at this very moment without this level of bullshit occurring right now. Could you two have not done this at any other point?
Oh, you say this to them?
I say this to everybody, but pointing to them is like,
Ooh, that's good.
The first Lady Walker turns to you. What are you talking about? You say this like I have control over this. What do you... No.
oh, one of you has control over this is my point, and the one who
other
has
one-
control over this, what the fuck, man? At any other time, please.
The other one looks at you. What are you talking about? Why is...
I point
Who is this?
at the other Lady Walker. I don't know. You tell me, because one of you guys isn't who you say you are, or who you're pretending to say you are, or whatever. I don't know. You deal with this.
Both sets of elite guards are very like, wait a minute, what's happening here? Because they've both been like hand selected as like, you're coming with me. What does... They both turn to you. Well, you need to take care of this. The other one, I don't know who that is, but that's not, I am the real one. And they sort of like talk over each other, both saying that they are the genuine article.
Can we? Is it possible to do an insight check to try to like
A
analyze the
group
man
insight, yeah.
to like
Group
analyze
insight.
the man to analyze the like behavioral patterns or like things like filler words, things she says, just the things that make her her,
That
the
is
things we're used
insight
to.
to a T. Anyone who would like to, who will say, pause it. Not Yana, you're not in the room. You're still upstairs on lookout, unless you're coming down. But anyone else who's in the room may go ahead and make an insight check.
Can I make like an illusion check? You know how most illusions, like you can like make like an investigation check to try to see through them.
For sure.
Also, didn't Ivor say he cast detect magic? Is anything
Did
picking up
cast-
that?
I did say that.
And while they're doing that, would you allow me to roll a survival check using Hunter's Bane to track Strahd?
Survival check using Hunter's Bane to track Strahd. All right, let me take a look at this. Did you
Have advantage
No, that
on
was not
survival
you.
checks to track Fae, Fiends, or Undead.
Let's see. Okay.
Insight,
Hunter's
that's right.
Bane. Come here. On survival checks. Track Hunter's Bane. First level, Hunter's Bane, a dangerous, long-guarded ritual that alters your lifeblood, forever binding you to the darkness and honing your senses against it. You have advantage on survival checks to track Fae, Fiends, or Undead, as well as intelligence checks to recall information on such creatures. The Hunter's Bane also empowers your body to control and shape human crafting magic, using your blood to fuel your abilities. Okay, that's irrelevant. You may
Okay.
go for it. Yeah, absolutely. Survival check with advantage.
It's a 28.
28. You can tell because of your brand what it was. Was it the castigation or was it a different one?
Brand of Castigation.
Because of the brand of castigation, you know that he's very, very close.
Mm-hmm.
However, you're having trouble picking him up on that wavelength of like honing in on his undead essence. It's like eluding you. It's like slipping right through your fingers.
Interesting.
So, Riss, go ahead and give me an investigation check. Now, you are going to be going basically hands-on with Lady Wachter. Lady Wachter 2. And then everyone else gave me insight checks. So let's start with Gawain.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Ned.
I got a 10.
10. Ivor? Yes. Ivor, give me insight.
And didn't detect
Inside.
magic go off at all.
Okay, so Ivor. Okay, let me ask you this, DM. Can Cesar also contribute?
Not to this, I'm going to say.
Fuck! Alright, so Ivor got a 15.
15. And then Riss, what was your investigation?
23.
23. You walk up and just are like, what is this? How do you broach this with Lady Wachter 2?
Honestly, Riss is a terrible actor, but they're just gonna bump into them.
Just like shoulder check?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Nice. The guards sort of like start and like take a step forward and like hand back onto the hilt before like, but also give you the benefit of the doubt hesitation of like, we're trusting you, but what are you doing? Is the body language, but they don't say anything. Lady Wachter is like, what are you doing? And just sort of like takes a step back and holds her hands out in front of her. What is going on? And then what was you said your investigation was what again?
A 23.
23.
And as I do this, I say, "Oh, I'm sorry. Just checking, you know." If
Nothing
it's-
feels out of
if
place.
Okay.
Ivor. You have detect
Yes,
magic
sir.
up.
Yes, I
You-
do.
What?
Ivor, you have detect magic up.
Mhm.
You sort of get a ping on like there's magic here.
Mhm.
And as you always do, because you guys all have magic items, and you do a quick scan over everything, and it takes a couple of moments to just sort of like mentally tick off everything as you're like using your action to identify each thing. I believe is how that works. Let me confirm.
Yeah. What
Word
what
check.
is the description of detect magic?
Detect magic. For the duration, you can sense the presence of magical effects within 30 feet of yourself. If you sense such an effect, you can take the magic action to see a faint aura around any visible object or creature. Okay. Around any visible creature in the area that bears magic. So it's one action all at once. As everything's sort of in a whirlwind, you realize that Lady Wachter 1 has an aura of as you're because you did this ahead of time and you always sense magic, but with all of these questions I would guess that you're doing it again of like just like okay, reset, let's look at it again. Lady Wachter 1 has an aura, and it's an aura of illusion.
Okay, so here's where I'm gonna make my defense. Before you say this, because Lady Wachter saved me and I spent so much time with them, can I get advantage if I need to make a roll, if any?
We'll see. We'll determine that in the moment. But yes, Lady
Okay.
Wachter 1 has an aura of illusion. Oh, thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
And they are both just still continuing to try to persuade you. The guards don't know what to do. They're not advancing on the opposite individual, but they are also not. They're like defending the person that they have escorted in. So the two elite guard pairs are just sort of like holding position. All of the other guards are like staying out of it because they don't know what's going on. But Ivor, you sense this. You are free to communicate that to the rest of the group as you wish.
I absolutely do.
Okay, upon hearing that, Ned will immediately cast Dispel Magic with a third level spell slot on Lady Wachter 1.
Lady Wachter 1. Go ahead and roll for it.
Okay, so if it's a level 3 thing, it ends automatically. If it's not, the spell DC is 10 plus a spell's level.
Okay. Yes.
So, because I'm sorry, I said level 3 spell. So I don't know what level it is, but hold on. So I'm assuming if you're making me roll, it's above level 3.
Yes.
So I'm gonna roll a d20, and it'll be it'll be a hold on. What do
A
you call it?
charisma check, I believe, right?
These honestly, an ability check using the spell smarter. So it's a d20 plus my 5
Yes.
from charisma.
And if you fail, you have your D12.
Correct. Yeah, I rolled a 2 because of course I would. Ooh, no wait, I have a heroic inspiration. I'm gonna re-roll that.
From your stupid pun last week. I don't even remember what it was. I remember
It's a
the joke.
10. It's a 10 plus 5, so it's 15, and I'm gonna roll my d12.
Okay. Actually,
Plus another 10.
you can
to
hang on to
24.
that because we'll run with bardic inspiration rules. You only
Okay.
have to use that if you fail, which you do not. With a 15, you dispel this 5th level seeming, and Lady Wachter 1's form vanishes, and it is none other than Strahd von Zarovich. Well, that was dramatic. Well done.
Sorry.
I see you're in better spirits.
And Yana's gonna call down from the top. Strahd is very close. It feels like he's coming from the southwest, and he's really close. I just can't see him yet.
Oh, he's coming from directly south of you right now.
And I look to the south.
Riz
I don't
is
see him.
standing next to
Solid
Lady.
down.
So
Say that again, Riz.
Riz is still standing like right next to Lady Wachter, right?
Yes, you are standing right next to who you now know to be the real Lady Wachter.
They're gonna kind of lean over a little bit and say, "What do you have prepared today?" Just like under their breath, like really quiet.
Not a whole lot.
You might want to back up a bit if this goes south.
I agree.
And then they're gonna kind of like move so that they're kind of in front of her, like as like subtly as possible.
Oh, token bar options. Is that what I know? I have no idea how.
I'm
But thank you.
like, is this the Lady Wachter that I'm standing right next to?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. But yes, Strahd is revealed in front of you. Unfortunately, Gawain, this is the one who got here first. Saw the whole. Yeah. Congratulations, by the way. That is quite the prize. I'll let you hang on to it for a little while longer, I suppose. Well, I'm glad I caught you all in such good spirits. You seem to be... You've really done a lot at the place. I heard that there were a number of new arrivals. I was hoping I could speak with them.
No, we literally can't stop you.
Also, Jim, could I drop my spell and prepare to shoot?
You can prepare to shoot and not and maintain the spell. You don't have to drop it. You can definitely pull the gun out and just get ready.
Okay.
I would.
As soon as
directly in front of him, you drop the barrel onto his chest.
As soon as I see Ivor going for his gun, I'm just going to very like as slowly as I can without like it looking like forceful. I'm just going to try to like grab his buttstock and just kind of push it back down just enough to be like, not yet.
I'm a few feet from him. I'm gonna speed up too, and I'm gonna cast a message to Ivor. Be like, we literally went over this with Yana. It applies to you too.
I understand that. I'm just waiting for the command.
That doesn't mean. Okay, whatever. And then I'll turn my attention back to Strahd and be like, as I said before, like, well, we literally can't stop you. But I'm glad to see you're in better spirits.
Ah, thank you. I'm glad to see that you're finally figuring it out. And he just sort of like cracks a bunch of joints and stretches. All right, where are they?
That's actually a good question. Where are they, DM?
They're literally
over
behind us.
here.
Sorry, I don't. One sec. Oh, right. There's only. I thought we were talking about. Oh, I thought that we had all 26 here.
All 26 are here, but the 4 that he's interested in are the 4.
PC level people.
Yeah.
Exactly, the 4 DM PCs.
Yeah, I would have wanted to chat with them before you arrived, but we didn't like this kind of move kind of fast before Ned had a chance. Which is fine.
He walks around underneath the stairs, and just sort of, all right, well, thank you for, I suppose, taking care of them while in my absence.
Would you mind terribly if I joined you for this conversation?
Yes, I would.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. And he heads in and closes the doors. Everybody give me a perception check. Yana, are you moving in or are you still in the tower?
She's still in the tower. She's looking south now.
Okay.
Because
Give
Ned
me
says
a
he was
perception check.
south.
Disadvantage which flattens out because you have advantage on hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just a regular perception check.
I got a
Okay.
5.
Woo!
So that
Ned
is
will yell out, Yana, I just meant he was downstairs.
dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Natural 1.
What?
You're otherwise occupied. That makes sense.
No. The Flash of Genius. Can I do that?
It's still a natural 1.
It's a nat 1's a nat 1, does
I
nothing.
can't. I
God
can't make
damn
that
it.
a not a nat 1.
I did, however, Gawain got a 21 on
21.
his perception.
You hear the doors lock.
Ivor got a
As
14.
does, Yana, Ivor, Gawain all hear the click of a lock engage.
Can I do an investigation?
For what?
For the door.
To see where it's to see which ones are locked, or what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
No roll needed. It's the ones he just walked through and closed. He closed the doors and locked them behind him.
Shit. Can I check for traps?
Yes.
Hey, there go.
One thing has been, and one thing only has been drilled into Richard's brain, is you don't open a door without checking for traps.
Including doors that we just...
And I actually rolled a nat 20.
Nat 20. No traps. It was just open.
Okay.
But there were none that engaged upon it closing. You confirm nothing.
So basically, just to like Gawain and the rest of the party that's like downstairs. I don't know if Yana decided to come down. I mean, I don't think he'll kill them immediately.
As you say that, you hear a "Ah!" and a clanking of armor.
Or we might make them into vampires.
God damn it. Kicking down the door.
Give me a strength check.
Damn it. I want to do this.
You know, the one time he can bring out that battering ram.
Oh, that's true. I do
like,
have that.
Yep.
One sec. I forgot I had that. One sec.
Yeah,
Wait, do I still have that? I do. Ram portable. Got it.
That's great.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, I don't get you don't get advantage anymore. You just get a +4 to the athletics check.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then athletics.
Oh god, it's a 28.
28. Easy. The doors sort of like blast open with a 28. The hinges are damaged and like it pulls out of the wood a little bit. The frame is damaged. There is a dead guard in the corner. The group is beginning to shift. Like the group of these individuals is like shifting away and like rushing to the opposite wall. As Strahd is like you see him just sort of like rushing up on this other guard and just like impales him on his outstretched palm just through his chest, and another guard goes down.
I'm gonna run in. I'm just gonna look at Cesar and just I'm gonna look at Cesar, who's right next to me, and I'm going to just say, "Guard them. Don't engage Strahd." And I'm going to run in with him and try to basically just get what was the other one's name? Fuck. The wizard Fennec. So Davin, Zendoya, Fennec, and Osis.
Yes.
Osas.
Osis is a much better way than Othas. Osis is a much better pronunciation. I like that a lot.
Can you write those names again? I see Zendoya and Davin, but not the other two.
Yes. I don't know. How to do
Just put them in chat.
I sent you the little text in our private.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep.
That's what you did.
I would effectively like to move this square formation into this area.
So where?
into
He
the
wants to put them
corner.
in the corner.
Oh, put him in the corner. Okay. Moving
Or at
towards
least-
the dead body.
Actually, you know what? Let's just have him go 2 spaces to the left.
Okay.
And as Yana gets down to the bottom of the stairs and just enters the main room there with the stairs going up, she hears Gawain breaking open the doors, and not knowing what's going on, she's going to race towards the sound of the breaking doors, shifting along the way.
You would have heard, with your really good hearing, you would have heard Gawain say, "Do not engage Strahd. Protect the civilians."
Yep.
All right. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Riz is
Ah,
also gonna start
shit.
like hurting Lady Wachter like out the door. Like, okay, it's time for you to leave. Like,
All right, Mr. President, this way.
Just ushering them. Just.
Okay. Initiative.
oh my god.
All right, let's do this.
Take a guess what I rolled.
That one?
That one.
Another one.
All right, 25 to 20.
I
20.
got a 21.
28, 21. $21 for Ned. 20 to 15. Gawain, what'd you get?
Oof.
7.
7. Ivor, what'd you get?
17.
17.
Okay,
And-
so you're up there.
Riss, what does that bring you your total to?
4.
4.
What the?
And
I don't have the stat. I don't have the staff activated, so I can't use the bonus.
Mm-hmm.
that's right.
No apologies needed. You're fine.
Top of the round, Yana, as you rush in and you're ready to go, Strahd looks back with a fire in his eyes that you have seen only once before, very recently upon his re-arrival here. And he says, "Don't!" It is your go.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, Sarah.
bonus
Yes.
action, she's going to activate Crimson Right, Right of the Storm, so the lightning on her claws. And
Okay, yes, your token has shifted, so you are in.
yes,
You shifted on your way over. Perfect.
yes, and then she is literally just this is only what she's going to do, position herself between Strahd and the newcomers,
Okay.
and then, if you would allow it, ready an attack just in case.
Okay. The trigger being if he goes after the new ones.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Understood.
she's-
Absolutely.
She's purely in defensive mode.
Excellent. End of your turn, legendary action. He's gonna rush up here and just sort of leap at this other elite guard. That is Strahd. Now it's Strahd's turn, and he is going to. Yes. With a 19 on the die, that is a crit, and he just up through this other guard's chest. I don't even need to roll damage, and just sort of drops him, and he looks over at you, Yana, and just sort of in a back off sort of motion. He's not out of control like he was, but there is something to him that is far more. He's much more of a beast than he was before he left. There is a primal savagery about him, or there's a savagery about him, I should say, because that's a spell. There's a savagery about him that he just hasn't shown in any of your interactions. I will, if you want to So he just sort of like motions, and you understand like he's telling you, back off. If you want to respond, if you want to take a step back or something like that, I'll let you do that off your turn. If you wanted to do anything now.
I will hold my arm out with claws facing backwards towards the newcomers and just kind of try to push them back. And the only other thing I will do is growl.
Okay. He turns to the newcomers. As I was saying, welcome to Barovia. I thought it fitting to come down and meet you myself, to give you a taste of what this world and what this valley is like. And I want you to understand, as he looks at you, Yana, that I am nothing if not a man of my word. The point needed to be made. The lesson needed to be taught. And now, in my infinite grace and long suffering, I would bid you return back outside, for the lesson is not yet done. As he addresses you and glances at you as well, Gawain.
Can Gawain reply in this moment?
Yes.
Okay. And what lesson do you have on the docket today, Professor?
Stop speaking. I do not wish to dally around. You know my will. I have given you an order, soldier. Stand down. Ned, it's your turn.
Interesting.
Well, so Ned's like, okay, so we'll be at the door frame.
You've heard all of this. Yes.
Yeah. So he's gonna pause and just say, Strahd, we'll give you the room. I'm not requesting, I'm simply asking, will these 4 individuals be safe?
Of course. They are my guests, as are you.
What about everyone else?
I think you already know everybody else. Yeah, actually, that's true. I forgot that they are in this room. The other people, or no?
The other, you and the 4 are the only living ones in the room. He's killed all the other guards in this room.
Right. What I mean is
the other
like,
22 survivors.
Correct. Where are those people?
Oh, they are throughout the building.
And he's shown no interest in them at all.
He hasn't engaged with them yet. No.
Got it. Does that also extend to the other people that came in?
Of course. Fine.
Okay, so upon hearing that, it'll be like, Gawain, Yana, it's unfortunate the guards have to suffer, but Strahd is a man of his word. And then he'll look towards the other 4 people, and I'm sorry this will be scary, but as I said, he's a man of his word. You'll likely be safe. More than likely. Let's stop this before anything else happens. And I will end my turn there. I actually will hold an action.
Okay.
If I hold an action for a spell, can you tell I'm doing so?
Yes, you will begin to cast the spell.
All right, then never
Unless
mind.
you want to use metamagic.
Oh, true. I will. Can I hold an action of subtle spell?
Yes, yeah, you can use subtle spell as part of the initial prelim casting. So you'll spend the sorcery points, and then whatever spell. Just there's no obvious
Got
start.
it. I will subtle Wall of Force. I still have a full spell slot. With the any indication that he's actually going to physically attack, assault, or hurt these 4 people, I will just make a Wall of Force bubble around them immediately. That
Okay,
I know ultimately can't stop him, but will buy us some time.
gotcha.
And I think that expends it if I'm holding it, correct?
Not. I don't make you spend the spell slot until you finally cast it.
Okay. And
But
I'll
yeah,
end my,
so
I'll
it
end my
will
turn
spend
there.
the sorcery points. If
The sorcery? Okay. Because I am subtle casting already.
yes,
Okay, I'll do that.
yes, you've already started. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, cool. Sounds good. End of your turn. Strahd's going to use a legendary action to offer. Ooh, Yana's right up in his face. He's going to offer Yana a reaction to stand down and retreat.
Yana will, if she has to, will push or start pushing the 4 people back a few steps to put some more distance between them. But that's the only sign that she's giving that she's not going to attack.
Okay.
Have we what are their feelings? What are they emoting in this
Those
moment?
4 are like fight, flight, freeze, frozen. They're like not sure what's going on.
Let's just
They
say
saw
they're
20 people like a second and a half.
let's just say that Yana is smelling a decided what's the colloquial term for it?
Shit and bricks.
Well, let's just say lemonade is covering the floor.
I was gonna say, this is like, honestly, like, we can also let them decide. They have free will. If they're not wanting to do this, we can square up to Strahd, sure. But, like, if they're okay with talking with him...
Zendoy has also let a couple of road apples free, just in like, her horse body is just like, goodbye, and just like let it loose.
Yeah. I doubt that Ned saying that they're likely to be okay was any help, but it was
No.
said.
Not for that. That's when actually it's not a horse bottom, it's a deer bottom, and just a couple of deer pellets just sort of when you say you'll probably be fine. And okay. Strahd rolls his eyes. And says to you, Yana, I will give you one more time, one more chance before I... You know what I have commanded you. And Ivor, it's your turn. So what's the vibe, Ivor? You hear all this conversation going on.
Oh, how did I get roped into this?
Well,
You're
it's
in
initiative. You're up next.
You're part of the story. That's how you're roped into this.
Exactly.
You're actively playing the game.
My bad. What I need to roll?
Well,
Your turn in initiative.
Yep, it's your turn in initiative. So it's we're in initiative because at any moment it could explode into all-out combat. Right now, Ned is doing his best to try to get everyone to stand down and just this is an unwinnable fight. Don't provoke it because we're gonna lose.
Yeah, I will
Yana,
reiterate that just so you can hear Ivor.
Mm.
Ned said, more than likely, Strahd is a man of his word. He said these people are safe. Let's step out of the room and just let things occur. So take that to heart with whatever you do and whatever you decide to point or not point at people.
if you want to do anything in particular, you are welcome to. If you just want to hold for when it hits the fan, you can hold a couple of shots for when it hits the fan. If it hits the fan.
If it hits, can I manifest Echo? Echo?
Yes. Yep. Bonus action. Echo pops out. And then, did you want to? You said you wanted to hold, or did you have something else in mind that you wanted to do this turn?
No, just hold and move toward the door and get the fuck out of here.
Okay, gotcha. Shifting toward the door, following the guards as Riss is sort of beginning to escort Lady Walker out to clear the room. You sort of shift that direction as well, with Echo holding his shots just as you are. Familiar, you guys sort of like go back to back, and you just sort of drift together. End of your turn, legendary action. He's going to turn to Gawain. Handle her, or I will. And he's going to give you the option, Gawain, to get Yana out of here.
Can Ned speak at this time or no?
Yeah, you can. He's giving you guys a chance to sort of like figure this out as a legendary action.
Yana, I know every single bone in your body is telling you not to leave that room. I would implore you, please do so. Whatever you think is going to happen in there that's bad, it'll be 10 times worse if you stay in there. Whatever bad thing you think will happen anyway, and even worse. Let's try and cut our losses, please. Step out.
I haven't known you long, but
she's gonna take a step
I trust
back.
I trust you dearly.
Wise choice. Gawain, are you doing anything? You are also free to act during this legendary.
Sorry, so Yana is relenting.
She stepped back toward you, away from Strahd.
Gawain just grits his teeth and is going to... I have to make sure Yana gets out at the same time as me. So I'm just going to put a hand on Yana's shoulder in your werewolf form and just say, I'm just gonna say, now is not the time. We cannot win our ultimate victory if you are dead. If we are all dead, we must bide our time. And I'm going to try to usher myself and Yana out.
Yeah, as long as you guys are both, as long as everyone's willing, you absolutely can.
And I'm not taking my eyes off of Strahd for even a second. But I will allow Gawain to guide me out.
All right.
As you guys step through the doors, closed if you don't mind.
And I very quickly, well, now, because I was going to see if I can cast a message, but I don't know if the action economy will let me right now.
No, unfortunately, not message right now.
Okay.
Strahd is sort of rolling up his sleeves, takes off his outer jacket and rolls up his tunic sleeves, and requests the doors closed.
Are they still on the hinges?
Yeah, they're...
You could, if you want to, you can sort of like wedge them shut enough that he would find it satisfactory.
Okay,
Okay.
I will do so.
Sounds good. All right, so you're headed out with Gawain. And Gawain, it is your turn. Anything in particular that you or Riss on deck after you would like to do? As the immediacy of this situation seems to have... It's not boiling over anymore. It's sort of sitting at a simmer, boil. It's contained, but barely.
In this moment, I think as I'm leaving, I am going to try to prioritize getting Lady Wachter out of here before Strahd can really, like, lock onto her as a target before he gets out here. So I'm going to send Sea Lion Orion.
My favorite thing.
Because these are all allied spaces, so he should be able to move through them.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what he's going to do is go 5, 10, 15, scoop up under Lady Wachter so that she can grab onto the pommel of the saddle and keep going.
I'll give her an acrobatics check, see if she can figure out what's going on.
I'll yell out to her. I'll just as I'm running out towards.
It's a combination of realizing it's happening and also when a large creature tries to go through your legs and scoop you up. That's not an easy thing. You have to like help it. It's
That's
not
fair.
terrible. She's backwards on the saddle, but she's mounted. As Sea Lion Orion and Riss can escort Lady Wachter and her guards out of the
I can't see into that room for some reason. I don't have vision from Orion.
Orion doesn't have vision. That's fine.
See into what room?
Just for now.
There we go. Okay.
I'll
So
have to
that's
I'll have to update that.
30, 35, 40. Yeah, Lady Walker's out the fucking door.
Okay. Riss, are you going with?
I will follow. I won't get on Orion.
Right. Okay. Sounds good.
I will stop here.
Orion's gonna dash as his action.
The guards probably don't want you to pull her too far away.
Okay. Okay.
Just because they're barely keeping up at this range.
Then Orion will take the dodge action.
Okay. Perfect.
Or actually, he's gonna go over here with Lady Wachter and take the hide action.
Okay. Yeah, give me a stealth check.
He does have stealth proficiency. Hell yeah. Okay. I just love the idea of a stealthy sea lion. That is a dirty 20.
Sneaky sea lion. Yes, dirty 20, absolutely. As Riss, if you hadn't watched Orion leave, you wouldn't know where he went. All right. And that brings us back to the top of the round. There is no active combat. However, there is murmurs. There is Yana. You hear speech warbled, and it's not super clear. Basically, Strahd is saying something to the effect of, I am the ancient, I am the land, I am the ruler, I am the Alpha and the Omega. Nothing happens to you unless I allow it, and nothing will save you if I wish to visit harm upon you. Even these heroes obey my whims and will not be able to save you from my hand. And then you hear like a punch impact, like a psh, and a cry of pain. You do not smell any like iron or anything like that, so it seems to have been a blunt trauma rather than like a ripping somebody open.
Okay.
What are you doing?
If Gawain still has his hand on my shoulder at all, you will start to feel me tensing and not necessarily moving, but like pulling forward. As if she's going to go in there again.
When you can respond if you want to.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I just don't know when it's okay to talk because this is like 6 seconds at a time. So
yeah. No, like if there is like an immediate like response that you want to do, that's fine. This is a little bit loosey goosey, but that's even, yeah. An immediate response is like one back and forth is not a problem.
Gawain will just look at Yana and just put a little more pressure on the shoulder. Not enough to hurt, obviously, just enough to like reassure and like ground Yana a little bit in this moment. We must be patient. I know it's hard, but the new dawn will rise. We must simply wait out this horrible situation until we have the advantage. We stand no chance otherwise.
All right. Strahd's turn. He continues to pontificate. You hear a couple more heavy impacts of what can only be taking these guys to task, putting them through their paces. A nice low-level beatdown, as you guys have experienced. And there's the skid of like wood on wood as tables are pushed out of the way, clattering as one gets flipped. Strahd at one point, yes, that's the spirit. And then and you hear like a blur of motion and a cry of pain and impact from one of the individuals. Ned.
Upon hearing that, Ned's not gonna move. Don't think if anyone in the room were to stare at him, they'd kind of see his like fist clenched. He's staring down and face clenched as well. And like eyebrows furrowed, and you'd see like a tear streaming down his face, not in like sadness or crying, but like just in such a high level of anger at this point. Everything that's going on, he can't do anything about. And that's it. But he isn't otherwise saying anything.
Sounds good. For the second half of the initiative order, Ivor, Gawain, Riss, is there anything that you guys are doing in response to this lesson that Strahd is teaching? Or are you biding as Gawain and Ned have advised and sort of holding off trusting Strahd to be true to his word and leave them, at the very least, with their lives.
I think Riss is just gonna stay by the door.
Um, Ivor is going to. Yeah, Ivor is going to stay by Gawain.
Okay. Sounds good. It's another moment or two. And the gist of it is, the gist of what you pick up is that Strahd is putting these guys through their paces, and beats them within an inch of their lives, presumably, because you, as you hear some groans and like clunks as they like roll over and like reorient themselves, and at the very close of this, you hear from the other side of these mangled doors, I think that's all for now. I trust this is a lesson you will not soon forget. And you hear boot strides, boot like footsteps, clack, clack, clack across the hardwood floor, and then the like sort of crackle as the wood and the doors mend together. Presumably, Strahd is mending them from the other side before he opens them, and it is exactly what you suspected based on the sounds. They have been beaten to a pulp, but they none of them are dead. None of them are unconscious. They are all, however, prone on the ground, scattered around.
As soon
Okay.
as Strahd is gone, is he leaving or is he still, basking in the moment?
He's just sort of opened the doors and sort of stretches.
Yeah, he's sort of like bending and flexing at the same time.
Well, I must say, I didn't think you had it in you. Well done.
I'm gonna give Gawain a point of damage because I think he's squeezing his fist so hard he just cut his own hand.
Yeah.
He's just trying to hold in all of his anger right now.
Ivor is going to also take a point of damage because he's biting his lip, because he knows, like, if he tries to talk to Strahd at this moment, he's probably going to cast silence. So he's biting his lip.
Yeah, as soon as he's gone, Gawain is going to go in and just look at them and just say, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," and is going to turn
Before
the
that,
tide.
well, he's still
Oh,
here.
is he still there? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, I thought he was
for
exiting.
sure, he's still here.
No, he's literally at the front door, at the door between us. He didn't leave the building.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was another one.
He stretches. He says his piece. Well, glad to see that my lessons aren't going totally unheeded. I did not, as he just sort of saunters through. Did not expect. I fully thought that you had yet to learn your lesson, but I'm impressed. Well done, all of you. How did it feel to watch? And then he turns and leaves, striding outward, striding past Lady Wachter, and then Bucephalus sort of steps out of the ethereal. He mounts and continues onward, back onto the ethereal plane. Gawain, you are free to. You and the rest of the group are free to do whatever you want.
I'm gonna go in and, as I previously said, I'm just going to say, as they're on the ground, recovering themselves. Gawain's just going to say, "I'm so sorry," and turn the tide, just to heal them a little bit, so that they're not absolutely beat to fucking shit. They at least, aren't don't have like compound fractures and shit.
Yeah, which they do. And turn the tide just sort of like seals up the worst of them. There's no maiming, no permanent scarring.
No broken ribs.
I've had 6 potions on hand for some time. I'm gonna give 4 of them. I'm gonna give each one of them 1, so I'll be down to 2.
And they're looking pretty good after that, the healing and the potions.
As I'm giving to them, I'm gonna say, I'm also very sorry for what just occurred. This land is unfortunately ruled by a man with an incredible amount of power, but no self-restraint, no self-respect based off so many of his actions, and ultimately a coward. We're doing our best to rid this world, this dimension, this entire universe of scum like him. But unfortunately, it takes time. And it's one of the many reasons we had to stay inactive while this atrocity happens. I don't know what else to say. Did not deserve that.
Davin sort of pushes himself up, coughs up a little bit of blood, wipes his mouth after drinking the potion. Sounds like a lot of excuses.
I agree.
Coward. I see many. That is unacceptable. I think he's right. You call yourselves heroes, and you let him go unchecked.
Wrist laughs.
I don't disagree that what we did was cowardly, and you have no reason to believe this from me, but you did see just a little bit of visibility. This entire compound would have been ravaged, destroyed, killed. Unfortunately, in times like this, the choice is either people get hurt or people get killed. There's nothing else I can say to convince you more of why we chose this action. And I don't believe you need to give us any benefit of the doubt. I'm simply stating it. I'm once again very sorry.
Ossus walks up, the small little kobold, who you now realize, you just didn't clock it until now. He has a large prosthetic arm. He just walks up. and just uppercuts at you, Ned, since you were the one who was speaking.
Got it.
With a natural one, he is still very dazed and confused, and you easily just sort of step out of the way, unless you want to let it hit.
I'll let it hit.
Okay. Be 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Taken.
And he is going to walk out. And the ultimately the four of them all leave. Ossus followed by Zendoya, who just sort of looks, gives you a passing, gives you and Gawain both a passing look of complicated emotion. There's a little bit of betrayal, a little bit of frustration, a little bit of just exasperation with the situation. Davin and Fennec help each other out, and don't make eye contact with either of you or with anyone. But it's very clear that they are upset with how the situation played itself out. Lady Wachter has also stepped back in and begun to organize the guard, making sure that individuals have. Oh, that's right. We need that down there. Making sure that the guards are doing their thing and everyone has their individual accommodations and places for them to be, a bed to sleep in, all those things. So she is available if you wanted to interact with her, but there is nothing that she needs from you in this moment.
I think that'll go up to her. If no one else wants to interact with her at this point.
Yes. What do you need, Nedro?
The pause is intentional. How many decisions that have been difficult have you had to make since you started leading this town?
Only since I've started leading the town? Only since you all led this revolution? More than I can count.
Have you made ones where someone or many have gotten hurt despite its objectively being the correct move?
Yes. Many times. Sometimes it's not even passive. Sacrifice is a not only valid but sometimes necessary play. And when you are in command, you are the one who has to dictate that. It helps if the people you command if they trust you. If they know that they may have to, and that's what they've signed up for. But not everyone does. Even if it's the job, and she gestures to the guards. To some of them, it's a paycheck. To some of them, it's a wage. It's a meal on the table. It's not a calling. It's not a life's work. But that doesn't mean that that's not what they signed up for. I suspect you are not talking about soldiers and guards.
I'm talking about the casualties. The people who didn't sign up for this yet suffer regardless. I know some of the decisions we've made as a group here. Well, some may call them noble, have led to a lot of bloodshed and heartache. I think this is the first time I see it so clearly before my eyes as people who couldn't do anything about it. I want to believe the words I said in there to them about how, in the larger scheme of things, it was to avoid more bloodshed. I mean, I think I do believe that, but at the same time, I don't know if that makes it correct.
We have all been there, and we will all be there. Anyone who is in any position of authority and command, power. Sometimes there isn't a clean choice, option. And there is no good option. You just go with the one that is good enough. I think we were fortunate that Strahd did not do any permanent damage. He didn't kill anyone. He didn't kill them. Fortunate for you. She's saying this quietly. The other guards do not hear. But I think it's fortunate that he did not kill them. You have the opportunity to redeem yourself in their eyes, even though I do not fault you for the choice you made. It was the only play you had. Every option, every permutation of these outcomes, those 3 guards died. And in every other possibility, they died in addition to other people. This was the only way. It was the only play you had to minimize casualties, because you could not eliminate them. Don't let it go in vain. The way that you come back from this is by you redeem yourself to them by making good on your promise and saying, I know that you may not forgive me, but I will make it so that you never have to do this again.
And like there's still like he never at any point like looked directly at her. Even like when he was speaking to the 4 people when he got uppercut and all that, he's not been able to like look straight forward, straight down at presumably the same spot that would be in front of him. He just can't make himself lift his head. Like a failed insight check of 1 would see that he like is feeling like just like an immense amount of shame at this point. Still with like tears like going down his cheeks. But he will say again, like just like holding on, is like, thank you for the insight. I knew since I've got here that being an adventurer, trying to be a hero is nothing like the books. And despite everything I've seen, it's always these more personal moments that hurt me the most. It cuts deeper than any wounds, including the one that's actually killed me one time. I don't know what else to say, nor that there is anything else to say.
She puts a hand on your shoulder and gives it a firm squeeze. Um, with a, it's she's like a buff young-ish grandma sort of age, and it is her strength is always surprising.
Mm.
But
Mom
she gives you
strength.
a strong squeeze on the shoulder. Doesn't say anything, and just sort of nods and turns back to address a guard that is approached with a question, and she directs him off to whatever needs to be done.
And then the last thing Ned'll do before like for the scene is without looking at her, but we'll say, Yana, I'm I'm sorry. And then he will just exit the building.
Before you exit, give me a perception check, if I may.
Sure. I mean, have terrible rolls, so we'll see how that goes.
Nat 20.
I got a fucking 4, bitch.
Ah, that would have been funny.
You won't see everything, but what you do see is that her shoulders are very tense, and she has a look of anger on her face. And as soon as you turn to leave, she turns also, walks over to the armory room, which is the base of the tower. And the 4 guards that are in there, she's just going to walk in the door, look at them, and say, "Leave."
3 of them immediately turn, and one of them is just sort of like standing there paralyzed before the squad captain walks over, grabs him by the by like the pauldrons and just sort of like shakes him and starts dragging him. And they all exit.
And as they're exiting, she doesn't even wait for them to be fully out the door or for the door to be closed yet. She just breaks out her claws and just starts attacking the wooden dummies and anything else she can destroy.
Absolutely. Wrecking the joint. Flipping flipping everything, destroying whatever she can get her hands on. Rending these training dummies limb from limb.
Gawain is not handling this well. I rolled for it. With disadvantage, I rolled 2 nat ones.
Oh my gosh.
Gawain is ugly crying on Sea Lion Orion right now. Like, to himself, he's not like making a big production of it, but he is just like weeping. Just because he doesn't know what to do with all this anger and the shame. He is not doing well.
Buddies.
Instead of,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say, in my notes, I wrote, instead of, it's not Sophie's choice, it's Strahd's choice.
Clearly, it's a shitty one.
Yep.
Ivor, Riss, any specific insights that the camera sees as you guys begin to grapple with the reality of the situation?
I think Riss is just kind of leaning against the wall,
Wow.
Very neutral face, just kind of like arms crossed over their chests.
And okay, so Ivor got a 15 and Cesar got a 16. I
On what?
on the inside.
Okay.
So we're just sitting there. Like we see what's happening, but we're staying out of it.
Gotcha.
We're choosing to just just take it in and just perceive and observe, and we're not saying much.
Echo keeps opening his mouth and then closing it again because he doesn't want to say anything.
He's like, are you not going to do anything? It's obviously. Okay. Oh, I see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. All right. As you guys grapple with how that's played out, that scene that's played out.
I think Riss is also kind of glaring at the four in the room. They're still in there, right?
No, they left.
Okay. I was gonna say they kind of just they were mean mugging him for a bit. They didn't say anything,
Wait.
but they were definitely mean mugging him as they left.
Cause yeah, all in the same room.
Where did they go?
Yeah, I saw a multiple of tokens just evacuate.
Yeah. No, they aren't necessary. Davin and Fenric seem to have some sort of relationship between the two of them. Zendoya and Ossus are presumably riding solo. They happened to be thrown together, much as you guys were. So it's unclear if they are dealing with this, the four of them, or if they're dealing with this Davin and Fennec, Zendoya on her own, Ossus on their own. So they've just sort of split off into the city.
I have a feeling they're not going to be hard to find.
Is this a door or is this an enemy?
Where? Enemies have red, orange, and yellow. Doors are interactable.
Eh.
Oh, that's an individual. That's a yeah. No, that was a token.
Okay.
Yeah, doors have the
Hidden.
little door icon.
Okay.
I shifted the way that the grid is aligned on here. It didn't put that token all the way behind the wall.
Chat, if you saw that, good on you. But you didn't see that.
All right. So as everyone takes a moment to deal with this in their own way, let's go ahead and take a quick bathroom break. Let's do 10 minutes. Reconvene here. 5 of. And we will see where this goes from here. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, what time are we back? Oh, sorry.
That was tense. 55.
Okay.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. So yeah, it's a rough moment for the party. A lot of big emotions, but it's okay to feel big emotions. Um, Especially after I caused all of them. But yes. How's everybody doing? What's everybody doing? Anything in particular that is salient and worth taking a look in on?
As I was saying during the break, Ned is gonna head to the Blackwater Tavern. Not tell anybody, avoid speaking to anybody, get a room, and stay there.
Water Tavern. Roll a d20 for me, Ned.
Oh boy. I got a 3.
3. On a 3, you walk in and there is no one that you recognize here.
Perfect.
So absolutely, you head up. It's two very very round bartenders, Hildegard and Beauregard, proud owners, who greet you and offer you whatever you need: food, water, lodging, which you can get any and all of the above for 2 gold to set you up for the whole night for all of your essentials. Let's see.
I'll pay the 2 gold.
Hildegard, the wife, of Beauregard.
Mind you, before any interaction you would try to have, Ned still has the same like staring down at almost nothing monotone voice the entire time. Like, again, an insight 1 would be like probably not the time to be engaging in any meaningful way other than just like giving him what the space he needs.
And she definitely clocks that just a moment too slow, as she starts to talk. Well, aren't you, well, I'll go get that ready for you. And sort of backpedals out of her typical cheery, like insanely over the top, nonstop chatter.
It's literally why I had because I expected it from you.
And Beauregard doesn't say anything. He just sort of like looks over and gives you a nod of like, I gotcha. And doesn't say anything. And the night is calm, quiet, and you can collect yourself. Anything else important that the camera pans over to for anybody, or shall we? At any point, we can go to the next morning. Slash pan to a vignette. Go ahead, Gawain.
What time of day did this all occur at? Like when we're done with it?
This would be.
Been a long ass day.
It has been a long day. Later afternoon, like 3, pushing 4.
Okay. Check. Quick, what the fuck? Well, I'm checking this. Yeah, I rolled to see if there it is. Okay, cool. I rolled to see if Orion could like pull me out of it, basically, like if he could ground Gawain in this moment. And because he's essentially giving me the help action, I rolled it with advantage, and I rolled a nat 20 and a nat 1.
Oh boy! Thank goodness
Uh,
for Orion.
so I think there's a moment where Orion and me just are connected, and I'm just sitting against his blubber and just crying against it. And then just a thought comes to Gawain's mind of, you can't help people if you can't pull yourself together. Get it together. And the tears stop. He gets on Orion, gets himself together, leads himself out, and is probably more determined than ever to stop Strahd, because of the monster that he is and the choices that he makes people make. And Gawain is just going to spend the rest of the evening probably doing some angry baking. I don't think Gawain's ever done that before. We'll see how that goes. But he's going to spend another 6 hours, if that's okay, finishing Yana's animal cracker.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Cool. But yeah, he's just gonna, I guess, do some angry baking.
Sounds good.
That makes me so happy. I love that. Give me a quick insight check as you are pulling yourself together and literally getting back up on the lion in this case, the sea lion.
Okay. 21.
21. You're not sure if that you can't help anyone if you can't pull yourself together. You're not sure if that was your thought or Orion's thought. It's sometimes hard to. Sometimes it's a blurry line between where you start and where he ends.
Yeah.
He may have had more of a paw in that than you had initially given him credit for.
I go into the puzzle box of holding and I pull out it's essentially like his version of a Scooby snack.
Yes.
And I go ahead and give him a couple of those. I guess right now it's like a sardine, like dog treat kind of looking thing. Yeah. But yeah, that's all Gawain has.
Oh boy.
I lied. Sorry. Can I get another batch of
Gawain?
potions going?
Yeah, that's fine. Give me a
Okay.
what is it? Wisdom proficiency.
Yeah. Wisdom.
Here,
It's
I
a
finally
chef.
remembered.
It's a 26, nat 20.
But yes, absolutely. You can get 4 started. On a nat 20,
Cool.
these will do 3d4 plus 3.
Ooh, interesting.
These 4 will each do an additional d4 plus 1. I'm just imagining Orion just sort of like bouncing his way down, sea lion Orion, with Gawain just sort of like
Yep.
doing. That's fantastic.
100%. Oh, I guess I will, once we exit there, I will recast Conjure Constellation,
Mhm.
and with my last second level spell slot of the day, and I will resummon Orion in his lion form, but not until we get to where I'm going. So I will be.
Amazing. That's great. Oh, you need to be. I'm so sorry. Faboof.
I did look it up, by the way. Sea lions can go up to 15 miles per hour on land.
That's scary fast.
It really is.
Oh my, I'm gonna have a nightmare being chased by a sea lion tonight.
6.7 meters per second.
That is gonna haunt my dreams.
That basically gives them a D&D speed of about 85 feet.
Yep.
Wow. Anyway, I don't need that in my head at all.
And technically, what they do, sorry, by the way, what they move, there's a term for it. It's called galloping.
Of course it is.
Exactly, of course it is. Gawain, as your... We'll come back to that.
Oh boy.
Just in case, if there was anything else that you wanted to do other than destroy the training room.
Okay.
But yeah, Riss and Yana, if there's anything specific that you guys want to do, by all means, we'll pan over and see what's going on.
I'll make mine real simple. Yana's gonna spend like the next hour or so just destroying the training room, and then she's probably gonna go over to the Blue Water Inn and just get drunk.
You see, but I doubt you care, that the two hobgoblins, Davin and Fennec, are in the corner. They glance up at you and then immediately glance back down and do not make any move to engage.
Probably a wise move on their part right now. But yeah, at this point she's already shifted back to human form, or Dampier form, more accurately. But yeah, she'll just sit there, get drunk, not say anything.
Absolutely. All right.
So I totally forgot. Richard texted me and asked if I could Jaeger Ivor for him. Could he make any shield? Or no, he doesn't have time for shield spell scroll because that takes a full day. Right.
I think so.
Yeah.
Could he make a batch of stun grenades?
Yes. Because it takes
4 hours, I believe.
4 hours. 4 hours, and then you roll to see how many you get. Because you know the thing. It's just how efficient can you move. Yes. So that'll be dexterity proficiency for a dexterity Tinker's Tools check. Or dexterity expertise, right?
Yeah. So it would be 2, 4, plus 10. Okay, cool. Oh wait, no, sorry, not advantage. I need to re-roll that. Unless he has, hold on, sorry. He might have spells for that. Yeah, I guess he'll burn an enhance ability. Last second level spell slot. Okay. That is a 26, and he might as well use his last flash of genius on himself.
31. Well needed. With the mental state that everyone's in, to go into this and actually craft, you need precision, you need focus, you need to dissociate a little bit, to compartmentalize. That's the word I was looking for.
Yes.
And it does it like a champ. with a 31, I'll say easily gets 4 stun grenades.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Oh, it was a 30, by the way, just for I know it probably doesn't change anything, but
Yeah.
he has a
Okay.
+4. He has a
Oh, it's
+4
+4. I
intelligence.
always forget that it's not +5.
Yeah.
That's right. +4. 30. Still, absolutely. Yeah. 4 stun grenades.
Okay, sweet.
Cool.
Oh, wait. Is that written down? Hold on. I got to have written it down somewhere.
We did. Hold on, I wrote it down as well.
WD. Nope. That's WD-40. Ivor. Nope, that's not it. Because I'm sure I gave myself like DCs to hit for numbers. Thor, Mercs, Magic, Mercs, Protection, Key Villains. That was the one. 4 hours for stun grenades. Yeah, no, I did not. That's annoying.
I swear I wrote it down somewhere. Because I know here he made it's Ivor +4 stun grenades, DC 16 con saves. But that's just I don't remember what he rolled. I don't think it was a 30 though.
But
Yes, I'll look for it while you're.
that's fine. Not a worry. I also may not have done it and have just imagined it. Because that's how I do things sometimes. However, yes, Ivor absolutely works on those 4 hours. Gets him to the end of the night, end of the evening, wind down, pull himself together, figure out what we're doing for the next day. Gets those grenades situated. And anything in particular that we should that Riss does following this?
I think Riss is going to go back home and take a long ass while to look over the notes that they have from Ludmilla. Because they haven't had a chance to do that, and we're not doing a book tonight, so they will also make sure Gertruda has dinner and not let Gertruda go to any of the inns and make her stay inside, but tell her everything's okay.
Mm-hmm. She was definitely fixing herself up to go out. And it's
They're just kind of like, maybe, maybe not tonight. There was a thing that happened earlier, and there's quite a bit of commotion, and the town is still kind of about it. It's probably better to stay in for tonight.
she fights you about it for a little while, but eventually caves.
Riss does not take a no for an answer.
Yeah.
Like, this is the first time Gertrude has really seen Riss kind of like put their foot down on something. Like, no, you need to stay inside.
Yeah, absolutely. She flops dramatically on the bed, and she can't scroll on her phone because there are no fantasy iPhones.
Riss throws a book at her.
Yet.
Like, tosses a book onto the bed. It's like a fantasy romance or something.
What
like
do with this?
Romance or romance?
romance.
I couldn't see your
Because it
finger.
was a gag gift from I forget his name. I would say it was a gag gift from one of the other library people.
Oh, Dane.
Not Alexi.
Dane.
Yeah. And they just ended up keeping it, and it is serving them well in this moment because they need to entertain Gertruda.
Casey, who never remembers anyone's names except for the ones in Riss's backstory.
Well, see, the ones that are important, right?
Yeah.
Those are the only ones who are important. That is correct.
But they just toss the book down next to her and they say, "It's a book. Read it. It'll entertain you."
Slowly warms up to it. 20
If
minutes.
you like it, I'll take you to the library to get more tomorrow.
Yeah, 20 minutes later, you walk by, and she's like curled up with it, like with a glass of wine. Where did she get the wine from? But she's curled up like a like a wine mom with a glass of wine and a good book.
Amazing. We love to see it. Riss is going to turn Gertruda into a book nerd. Wonderful.
Dance to the club. Hey, have you read this book yet?
Riss is going to otherwise though take a look at those notes and see what I can do about them.
Oh yes, the undoing
The vampire notes. Yes, the vampire cure notes.
Okay. Remind me what you have on them so far.
You're making me pull out my notes.
This is one of the biggest areas that I need to improve in as a DM.
Hold on. I need to look at my key.
While you're
I'm
looking at
sure
that,
I gave it a. Okay, it should be red.
I did find in my notes where it said 4 hours, roll determines quantity. I'm pretty sure what you said was a DC 20 gave 4. I don't know if higher gave more, but it was definitely a DC 20 for 4 on that first check.
Okay.
Light.
I will write that down, having just said.
Did I run out of red tabs? Oh, that's gonna be unfortunate for me. Oh no. What I have... Okay, we'll call that lore. If it wasn't red, it would have been a lore.
Huh.
I apologize. I classified it wrong under my tabbing system.
I'm gonna have to get you to show me that tabbing system. That's great.
It's literally just I have a key at the front of my notes, and each color is a different thing. Like the red tabs are all of my experimentation or magic, messing around with tabs. Green is lore or important story information.
That's cool. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. So, with the vampirism reversal.
Sorry, I'm trying to find it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It happens. Oh, it happens like right after.
Right after Strahd disappeared.
Right after Strahd disappeared. Right. Okay. So sorry. So sorry. Did we do that before or after we failed at Mount Gacus?
Gacus was after. No.
4.
No, that was on the way too. Yes.
Yeah. I think I took terrible notes.
That's okay. I don't think
because
there's
I
a
was
whole ton-
focused on because that was right in the middle of like the Thane investigation, so all of my notes are about that.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of super salient details that I need to communicate to you, the player. There is a lot of just investigation into. There's a lot of failed attempts. There's a lot of there hasn't been any like accidentally killed, but also there have been a lot of like no effect or temporary effect. She has a lot of ways not to cure vampirism. As you're looking over, what are you hoping to get tonight? Just cataloging and understanding, or were you hoping to start trying to put some pieces together?
A mixture of both, starting with the like fully really like taking the time, because the last time that Riss looked at these notes was like in the tower and like very much was just kind of skimming them, and then they re-looked at them with Ludmilla in the tower again when Ludmilla showed up, but they haven't had a chance to like do a deep like read through. So they definitely take the time and like make sure they understand themselves everything that has been tried. And then they would probably just start like throwing out theories.
Okay.
And like compiling their own notes and like starting to build off of what Lumila has already created.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
So I did find the page with the notes.
Perfect. Okay.
Riss,
It's
where
like
are you?
I knew I took better notes than that.
Riss, where are you doing this research?
In my home, because again, I'm a good Vallaki citizen who only does magic experimentation in the safety of my own home.
Okay. Ivor's
What-
probably Ivor's probably with you, is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, we can share the
So he'll-
table. It's fine. Gertrude is on the couch reading a book. It's a lovely atmosphere.
Yes.
What am I rolling?
Investigation.
Oh, that's so good. It's so good.
Does the Tome of Strahd help with investigation if it's Barovian based?
It's history?
History.
I
Okay,
think
that's
it's
fine.
the specific what the Tome of Strahd lists. I'm so sad it's investigation and not arcana. It's still a 28,
28.
but it
Yes.
could have been higher.
Flash of genius.
I thought he used his last one.
I was wrong. I looked at his sheet. He still had a couple left.
Take that 28 to a 32.
32. Also success. With a 32, it's you said you found a page of notes. Are there any notable highlights?
Okay, I think most of what I wrote down was about the test subjects because one of them was still there.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay,
One of
we
them
find a
was sort of
book with more
shriveled
notes
in
from
a,
the vampire about their experiments that they were conducting. Includes diagrams and lists of ingredients, listing the process and detailing the results of each failure. No success is listed. I was able to figure out that it was Ludmilla. There's a set of earlier notes that allude to earlier than the tome we already have. These notes allude to another test subject. This test subject fell into dormancy and was not responsive. And then basically saying a blood source will revive him out of dormancy, which is the test subject we found.
yes.
Also, his name was Gorma.
Gorma.
And
Yes.
he willingly went into dormancy because he didn't like the testing. Or he was losing hope because the tests kept failing.
Mm-hmm. So he sort of was like, stop, don't, nothing, stop it. I withdraw my consent. So she was like, I'm not letting you out, so you're just going to stay here. And he slowly sort of shriveled into a like the elders in Underworld, whenever it's somebody else's turn to rule, into this like husk in the corner, basically just sort of like curled up into this fetal position with no muscle mass and nothing.
I have added a tab to the notes.
Yep. I added a PDF called Ludmilla's Journal to our story time.
Perfect. Appreciated. As you catalog, you see the patterns where she was going with this. You see the combination of like, not only is this a curse, it's also there's also an element of, because of it's both a curse and a undead resurrection and a full body change, because you're not just reanimated, you're also not just cursed. There's several different facets to the change for vampirism to be intelligent undead who retains your personality from before you were turned. So that's really the basis where she's saying, if I'm still me, then I can probably still be me without this. It's one facet that's been added into me. You take that out, I should still be able to like be complete. I should be able to heal from that. So she's been looking into a combination of curse breaking and almost mutagenic homeopathic remedies. There are references to oh goodness gracious, there are references to, oh, I have this in so many different stinking spots. Thank goodness I organized it a little bit more. There are references to the Order of the Shapers and Mutants, which, based on context and sort of like piecing together like these common references, is an old and defunct Order of the Old Guard, which is what the Keepers of the Fang are a small faction of. The Keepers of the Fang are members of the Order of the Lycans, and Ludmilla seems to have been looking into some of the Order of the Mutant with these homeopathic remedies, sort of looking into that and the way that they were able to sort of change their physiology as needed, as wanted, on a whim, albeit temporarily for the most part. That is one avenue that could show some promise toward actual impact, since she seems to have like divided this out into several different distinct elements to vampirism. With a 32 investigation of taking it in, that seems to be where she was pursuing the Order of the Mutants. There's a couple of scribbled notes that allude to what she was doing. She hasn't like diary written out everything. But even when she was doing the investigations, this order was gone, long dead. and she was looking for the ruins, which in Barovia is a small valley, and the fact that she still hasn't found it, it speaks to how well hidden it is. Whether Strahd knows about it is another story entirely, but the keepers and the old guard as a whole are very secretive. So if you wanted to pursue this line of research, it would be the challenge would be finding where to go firstly, before you even start to decode and research and interact and integrate information.
Okay, before we dive down that deep hole forever, what do can I roll my Barovian history check to see what I know or could potentially figure out if that's like worth pursuing? Because this is the thing that kept failing, right?
She did not have a lot of information.
Okay.
She began to move in this direction, and she hasn't yet had luck. And she's thinking that figuring out where the mutants and really sort of digging into their research and their understandings could create more positive test results.
Okay. Okay, so can I roll my Barovian history? And then also, I think we might pursue it a little bit because we also know of the Keepers of the Fang, and they might have some information that Ludmilla wouldn't have had access to. So,
Absolutely.
sweet. I'm gonna roll that history check just to see if I know anything that I don't know. That might give us a direction, I guess.
Hmm?
So, because we don't have like, does the party have like a directive right now? Oh my God! Thank God for advantage. It's another fucking nat one.
Oh boy.
It's my fifth one tonight. I'm gonna scream. Anyways, um,
Oh my gosh.
what's my history? It's a 22? Yes.
22.
Flash of genius. This is the last one.
26.
26.
You
My extensive Barovian knowledge.
you can tell with certainty that this was not something that you have ever encountered.
Okay.
These guys were exceedingly secretive. And like the Keepers of the Fang was not something that you were aware of until you met Yana.
Right. Okay. Okay. But there wouldn't have been. They wouldn't have been involved in anything with like a code name or something. Like nothing is ringing a bell that was like, oh, this was them under a different name or anything.
No, nothing that you would have interacted with.
Okay. Just double checking. It's good to know for sure, you know. Uh, but yeah, and then at that point I will start was there any did Ludmilla list any like magical effects that she was attempting with all of these different remedies and potions and whatnot? Like what she was infusing them with?
So say that again. Magical effects that she was
Were-
infusing into the.
Yeah, was there any like spells that she was attempting to use with the like hedgecraft?
Remove curse was
Okay.
definitely there.
Okay.
Um, and she also experimented with protection from energy,
Okay.
although she's not sure if that was if it did anything. It was like, maybe we need this too.
Okay.
It didn't hurt. It didn't actively help.
Okay. What? I'm
Is she-
sorry, I'm asking so many questions.
That's okay.
What kind of magician is Ludmilla? Like, is she a sorcerer? Is she a warlock? Is she a wizard?
She is a wizard.
Okay. In her notes, does she have her version of remove curse in them? In the diagrams and things?
Diagrams. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. 25.
25. I'll give you short answer yes. Long answer is it'll take twice the time as you're piecing it together from like context and overlaying parchments to make like get both bits. Since it's not like her spell book with all of the stuff.
Right.
But you are able to cobble it together. It'll take twice the time to copy it into your spell book.
No. I have it in my spellbook. I was gonna compare them.
Spell book. Just
I was
kidding.
gonna compare my version and her version, but I was if it wasn't fully there, I was gonna ask her to send me not a scroll, but just like a copy of what her version is, so that I could like look at them side by side and see if there was any. Because wizards, when they like learn their spells, like adapt it to their stuff, and so.
Absolutely.
But anyways, Riss is just like laying out a bunch of thoughts and ideas, and like they're not really moving forward with anything quite yet. They're just kind of like they're in the brainstorming era, so they're just kind of throwing a bunch of shit at the wall.
Absolutely. Yeah. But yes, her approach to remove curse is more like surgery, while yours is more like chemo.
Oh, great. Yeah. Okay.
Coming in and through like the blood and just suffusing. Hers is more like, this is the curse. We need to get it out of here. Which they both have their advantages and disadvantages.
I will say Riss does make a note of like, does their blood affect it differently because they are kind of like a living undead? So, like, they do make that note in there. I just want to point that out. We're not going anywhere with that yet, but... I think by the end of it, because they're just staying up until the last 4 hours where they need to sleep, in quotation marks. So they basically took, like, from 5 o'clock after they got Gertruda down with the book until, like, I don't know, what is that, like, midnight? Or, like, 2 a.m.?
Yeah. Basically.
They spent like 9 hours working on this. At like 2 a.m., they ran a really quick note to Ludmilla saying that they're finally working on it and they have some ideas that they're going to track down. And then they put it in the bag to send off to Ludmilla.
As it crumples and sends. You allow yourself to sort of settle back into not quite exhaustion, but just relief and relaxation of like, sigh escapes your lips. Which is fun because you don't need to breathe, but you chose to sigh. And the evening wears on. Gawain finishes that animal cracker for Yana. Ned pulls himself together. Riss dives into research to... maybe as a distraction, perhaps. And
I feel like out of everyone, Riss was the least affected by that because I feel like they're one of the ones that have seen Strahd's brutality kind of the most, having lived in a city their entire life. I don't remember when Yana went to the Keepers of the Fang.
She's been a product of Strahd's terror since she was born.
Yeah, so, I mean, like, the two of them are kind of like, this is unfortunately normal. Also, Riss was more mad at them for what they said at the party. Like, you guys are new here. You don't get to just say that. So...
Yeah, I mean, Ned isn't upset at seeing the brutality either. Like, he has seen
yeah.
He is upset at his actions or lack thereof.
Yeah, lack of being able to actually do anything, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's also Riss's, like, neutral character coming into play. They're kind of like, we can't do anything, so I'm not going to put myself and my friends in danger to save people I've never met before.
Yeah, whereas Yana's pissed off because she wasn't allowed to do anything.
Yes.
Yeah, not to mention the remaining trauma for you being trapped in the castle.
Exactly.
It's like, it's just a bad situation all around. Riss is just the one that it just kind of ended up rolling off.
Yes. Oh, man. Gawain, we come back to you as you're baking, and you're rage baking. And it's just mulling over in your head. There's been a lot of talk about the Fanes. There's been a lot of talk about... and Yana seems to be very knowledgeable about the Fanes. The Fanes seem to have something to do with Strahd's power. Vasilisa needed to connect with them when she got here. Lady Strahd, Vasilisa, whoever that was. Strahd presumably needed to reconnect with them when he got back. That's the prevailing theory. Yana knows about them more than most people. Perhaps that is an avenue worth exploring.
Okay.
But rest comes for you all this evening, and you may all long rest.
Yay!
And a first level spell slot left.
Have I mentioned that D&D is a game of resource management? This is great. I'm very
Absolutely.
pleased with how that day went. Feels like a challenging day. I like it. Everyone needs a challenging day every once in a while.
It was a good day. I'm sad I missed a session of it, but that's okay.
We'll be able to take that Leviathan if we actually have a plan and we can't drown.
It also depends. Was it weak because of the ordeal, or is it just naturally weak Leviathan? Compared to a normal Leviathan, I mean.
It might just have like some elemental ties that are ties back to the plane it came from, so like it can exist here, just not as powerful.
I mean, we don't know that. That's speculation. But that's
Yeah.
that's what I don't want to tackle something that doesn't need to be tackled if it was only temporarily weak as opposed to consistently so.
That's true. Could be powering up.
That poses a great question though. What are we doing now?
Everyone give me a quick perception check for the evening.
Actually,
What if I don't want to?
there was one last thing Gawain wanted to do before he ended the evening. He would have, after a couple hours of rage making, he would have finally had a thought other than what he was thinking about. And he remembers that we need to talk to Esmeralda. Because we need to figure out where Van Richten is. Because that's a thing we kind of forgot about. We haven't talked to Esmeralda in like weeks, and we were supposed to.
I touched base with Eldama. I touched base with Esmeralda recently.
Oh, don't make me
like the
laugh. It
last-
hurts.
In like the last 3 sessions.
That's right, you did send a message at one point.
And
Oh, did you?
we knew that Van Richten is
I forgot what was said specifically, but it's somewhere nearby.
DM. Is that character knowledge or is that the shit that you told me? I don't want to
No.
say it out loud. The location.
I think the message was she thinks he's in the city.
Okay, yeah. So we think he's in Vallaki. I don't know where Esmeralda is, but that was the last communique we received from her.
Okay. Yeah, Gawain wanted to, if possible, write a letter to Esmeralda, to eventually to have it delivered to the Blue Water Inn, because I know that she goes in there pretty frequently and probably checks for let's be honest, Danica's the spy master, so like it's the central hub for a lot of people. So, but yeah, I'm just going to write to Esmeralda, uh, and just kind of give her a general, get her up to speed as much as I can with the details she needs to know. Nothing that'll like endanger our plans or, but just enough to give a general like what has happened so far that she needs to know about.
Hmm. Excuse me. Absolutely. With the instructions to be delivered upon her return, Danica is only too happy to do that for you. Absolutely.
I leave like what would I make? I think it's a small box. Like it's just left with the letter, but it's a small box of assorted macarons. Uh, which there's only like a couple flavors because flavors are pretty limited in Barovia. There's no like exotic fruits or nuts to like make it out of. You gotta be pretty in a certain box,
Exactly. A very limited range in terms of palette. But yes, so whenever Esmeralda does get this, she stops in and sees Danica, and Danica has basically informs her that a secret admirer has left a package for her, and pulls out this box of macaroons, and even go and tells her that they've even included a special note for you, just as a extra little treat after you're all done with your snack, and has your letter like included in the box, so it just looks like she's picking up a box of cookies, basically, and it's like, that's so nice, and we'll get your letter the next time she's in town.
Okay, cool.
So we got a 5 perception from Ned.
Oh,
Sleeping
perception.
like a rock.
That's right.
Yana?
Was that just straight?
Yeah.
Okay, don't know if it was a disadvantage or something.
15 for Yana. And she's doing this at disadvantage because she's hungover.
Hungover. It would be flat because you would have advantage for hearing.
Okay, so 15.
15. Understood.
Plus 2. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Riss?
Sorry, perception?
Yes, please.
Also a dirty 20.
Also a dirty 20. Dirty 20s and a 15.
Oh, do you want me to roll for Ivor as well?
Not super important.
Cool.
You guys are woken up, maybe not woken up, in the evening as things are getting ready and the light is fading from the sky. You hear rolling peals of thunder, and the sky, like the clouds, light up with flashes of lightning. And at one point, somebody pokes their head out the window. There's no storm in the sky. And we'll say Gawain and Riss, you guys both take a turn, just sort of peeking out the window. And you see, you see the lightning coming from, like the lightning lighting up over toward the lake. But it's not like it's erupting out of the lake. It's become more active and relatively suddenly. Like this stormless thunder and lightning never happened before. But now with the Leviathan, it set something off. You don't feel like it's the Leviathan itself creating this.
What was that last line?
You don't feel like the Leviathan is the source of this disturbance.
The lightning, does it look natural? Like,
It's hard to see. You don't see like the bolts of lightning. It's more like the clouds are reflecting it.
oh, okay. Gotcha.
Since you guys are in town, but it's not raining. It's not storming. It's not even raining. Risk. This would be consistent with, among other things, like if somebody casts lightning bolt, this you would expect this to be the result. One of many possibilities.
Do I think someone is attacking the Leviathan?
It's a possibility. Who would be though? Who would go against and try to 1v1 a Leviathan?
Strahd? Van Richten?
Nice, yes.
I mean, I feel like there's a couple other I could name off the top of my head. I'm not specifically worried about it. That just means it's not our problem. We can
If I
go
had a
check it
ring of
out in the
swimming.
morning, see if there's a body, which body it is.
Sure. Even if we left right now at top speed, we wouldn't get there in time for whatever's about to happen.
Yeah, maybe Strahd took extreme offense to the Leviathan showing up in his lake. Who knows?
Who can say? But with several irons in the fire, several things to consider, and possible options to do come morning, the party takes their leave, takes their rest, and wakes up refreshed. And all gets their long rest to go out and do it all again tomorrow. And that is a great spot to pick up next time. First thing in the morning. Oh boy, that was fun.
Yes.
Strahd sucks, guys. But thank you very much, everyone who joined us live. Again, thank you. We stream just about every Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Now, again, as we mentioned, we will not be streaming next week. We got life stuff, people moving. Just won't be here. But we will be back the following, not next week, but the week after, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, right here Tuesday on Twitch, YouTube, Moonbeam.
Yay.
Don't miss it. It's going to be a great one. But yeah, thanks everyone for joining us. And always remember, you are the legend at the end of the Dragon's Tale. Good night, everybody.